Bros, I literally just had to save Chunk's babies from suffocating in a plastic bag because she is the worst mother, I swear to God. Her baby was in there with his face. Like, dude, who was that, you know when Gus Fring kills that one guy and puts a plastic bag over his head in front of Nacho and zip ties him to death? That's literally what Chunks was trying to do to her fucking kid. It was literally inside of a plastic bag, dude. I had to pull it out, throw it away. But anyway, how's everybody doing? They're doing a canary project. Oh, brother. Wait, what do you mean? What do you have to say about Charlie Kirk to go on it? I'm definitely not. I would never make fun of Charlie. I'm not actually making fun of Charlie. I am making fun of his fake wife, though.
Sorry, I got a big...
Right, guys?
Can you imagine this? I love you so freaking much. Hey, are you okay? Can I help you with something? Yeah, can you film this for me, actually? Charles! I freaking love you so much, Charles! Can you imagine...
Okay, here, you want to see Chunks putting her child inside of a plastic bag? This is crazy, dude. Look at this. Look at this. That's a baby inside of a plastic bag. Look at this. This was me shaking the plastic bag at her saying, "You're a deadbeat mother." Look at this. Look. This is what I have to deal with. This is what I deal with every day. I'm a mother to squirrels. I'm a mother to cats. It's exhausting. Skitter's like, terrible mothering. This is bad mothering. Deadbeat. Deadbeat squirrel mother. See? This Skitter's like, he's not wrong, Chunks. And then look, plastic free. But now we can see the babies. Hold on, Bertles. Oh my goodness, bro. Look at them. They're so silly. Oh my god, they're drunk. Dude, is there 4? There is 4. You guys better be safe in there. You're getting pretty squirrely. You're gonna fall out the door, dang it. You don't even have your eyes open. Oh my god, now I'm gonna have to worry about them going out the door. Do I need to put like a little towel in there and replace the plastic bag? Look at him chewing! Oh my god! Look at him! Stop being so cute. Alright. Where's Chunks? Oh, go figure. Chunks is nowhere to be found. Oh, there she is. She's on the tree, actually. See her laying on the branch? Sorry. She's right. Oh, you can't see my mouse. She's down in the bottom left on the branch. You see her laying flat? She's actually being a decent mother. Okay, Chunks. Come on back. Come on, take care of your kids. I'm done. I'm not taking care of them anymore. Come on, Chunker. All these birds are in here. They're attacking your babies. Come on, Chunkaroni. These kids are going to fall out of the house if you don't come help. Dude, I want an action shot of Chunks coming to save the day. Whatever. Anyway, let's get started, boys. We're not going to get on this Charlie Kirk Canary mission fucking website unless we get going today, you know? I must have missed this. I just posted it. I figured you'd like it, Eternally Bumpin'. She should have did a FanDuel ad mid-morning. Oh my god, you're so right, Black Deathicus. I made a cat house for the Ferals last winter. Dude, it's all about that cat house, right? How's everybody doing? You got your top chats set to live chats? Let's get banging, okay? Let's get it cracking. Here we go. I'm gonna go feed Squeaks. I'll be right back.
My mind explosion, a frozen messiah is rosing. The tribe is chosen, the skies are golden. I'm stuck standing by a seashore, waiting for the beast to thaw so that we can be in war. With the sword, priest with right wings, the right king off his throne. Slow motion.
Slave ships with seat belts. That's a hilarious album.
Look up, past the compass and the astros till it's to a ghetto and habitat. The skies
right, BRB.
black, priest drop the scepter, grab the gat. Bullets are fly, the ground projects with and depths keep my full effects, you know what I mean?
I fight while some run, the conundrum's never been undone. If Nephilim's a Paul Bunyan, we all come from the one blood that saw the mud flood, the great reset. Pole reversal in the last ice age, I heat check to shine light when I beam out over the dark ages. Passionate when my heart races, what in the tar nations is up with Barry and Tartary in history, but his story's not really our story. Officially conditioning your mind to rinse after the brainwash. Talk about the tree of life and they pull out the chainsaws. Rain falls for 40 days and 40 nights on the Canaanites, the Ammonites, and Moabites. Yeah, them sodomites, they love to be rich. Now when I say I got your ass, oh, you son of a bitch. I'm combining the eagle and lion to get the black griffin, yellow flag map missing, historical catfishing, facts hidden that they tried to cover up when they lied. There's plenty giants that died, you can see them, they petrified on the hillside like Moana. Colder honor than my DNA would hold. The trauma told my mama that mountains are really tree stumps. Old world avatar, 1,000 fake years have been added to the calendar to sabotage the catalog. But what is there to gain for keepers of advanced knowledge of the astral plane? From etheric vibrations, energy conducting generators, world fed demonstrators, we the innovators. In a Moorish way, I'm divine. Morris Day in the time, jungle love, natural from the glorious great design of the buildings they founded. Down to earth grounded like Tesla coils. Decompression, my blood pressure boils. So who molest the goyles and the golems and covered up the architecture and the structure columns? My dreams are Tartarian.
Ever wondered what secrets lie beneath our modern cities? In the next few seconds, you'll uncover the mysteries of Tartaria. For centuries, Tartaria has fascinated historians and conspiracy theorists alike. Some claim ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we imagine. Look closely at old world architecture. Notice the grand structures and intricate designs. Could these be remnants of an advanced society we know little about? Some say the great Tartarian Empire once spanned continents. Their technology and knowledge hidden from our history books. Dig deeper into the stories and artifacts left behind, and you might find more questions than answers. Hit the like button if you found this intriguing. Subscribe for more mind-opening explorations.
Priest of Dogen, my mind explosion, a frozen messiah's rosing. The tribe is chosen, the skies are golden. I'm stuck standing by a seashore, waiting for the beast to thaw so that we can be in war. With the sword, priest with white wings, the right king off his throne. Slow motion, my throne crumbles, dissolving castles, a burning tabernacle. Look up, past the compass in the astros, till it's formed to a ghetto and habitat. The skies are black, priest drop the scepter, grab the gat. Bullets are fly, the ground projects with and depths keep my full effects, you know what I mean?
I fight while some run, the conundrums never been undone. If Nephilims are Paul Bunyan, we all come from the one blood that saw the mud flood, the great reset. Pole reversal in the last ice age, I heat check to shine light when I beam out over the dark ages. Passionate when my heart races, what in the tar nations is up with Barry and Tartarian history, but his story's not really our story. Officially conditioning your mind to rinse after the brainwash. Talk about the tree of life and they pull out the chainsaws. Rain falls for 40 days and 40 nights.
What
on
up,
the Canaanites, the Ammonites, and Moabites. Yeah, them sodomites, they love to be rich. Now when I say I got your ass, oh, you son of a bitch. I'm combining the eagle and lion to get the black griffin. Yellow flag map missing, historical catfishing. Facts hidden that they tried to cover up when they lied. There's plenty of giants that died. You can see them, they petrified on the hillside like Moana. Cold to honor, then my DNA would hold the trauma. Told my mama that mountains are really tree stumps. Old world avatar, 1,000 fake years have been added to the calendar to sabotage the catalog. But what is that to gain? For keepers of advanced knowledge of the astral plane. From etheric vibrations, energy conducting generators, world fed demonstrators, we the innovators. In a Moorish way, I'm divine. Morris Day in the time, jungle love, natural from the glorious great design of the buildings they founded. Down to earth grounded like Tesla coils. Decompression, my blood pressure boils. So who molest the goyles and the golems and covered up the architecture and the structure columns? My dreams are Tartarian.
Ever wondered what secrets lie beneath our modern cities? In the next few seconds, you'll uncover the mysteries of Tartaria. For centuries, Tartaria has fascinated historians and conspiracy theorists alike. Some claim ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we imagine.
They were.
Look closely at old world architecture. Notice the grand structures and intricate designs.
The frick's up, dude?
Could these be remnants of an advanced society we know little about? Some say the great Tartarian Empire once spanned continents. Their technology and knowledge hidden from our history books.
Let's go, boys. Turn it up in your headphones, boys.
They put the con in contraband and stand on conquered land. Gamble with pirates that never lost a hand. Everything tastes great when you win a hologram. Looking like Pac-Man's ghost in mom's sonogram. Well, alrighty, fell for the tall pine tree, yell in the face. So probably break the fall nicely. Brace for the irony. Trying to pray to the almighty like, am I right?
Y'all got your honey water?
Like, do you agree to the terms of this collect call? Can you read words graffitied onto the cement walls? Apples riding in each eye. Yeah, I called and honestly I agreed when it said that y'all softer than peach pie. I'm the monster that seems nice, but I ain't getting caught in your kegels. Shopping is evil, just kill me off for the sequel. The blood is already knee-high, so I can honestly say I'm already dead, bitch. Y'all imposter like meatballs. We want unlimited breadsticks. They got us chasing it like a flock of seagulls. Teeter tie you in half till you're off. The seesaw went off like cops saying drop the weapon instead of set it.
Y'all in pasta like meatballs. Let's go, dude. I just caught that.
Down slow, it's like beds waiting to blackmail you for every download. But we know you never pulling the trigger. Better now know, cause whole world can sense your pussy. Gwyneth Paltrow took the classes. Now all I got is a book of matches. In the apocalypse, bullets are as good as cashes. Actually better, but y'all so plastic you're gonna last forever. And I'm done waiting around like it's a half measure. Y'all trash, I'm the last treasure. But feeling buried alive really just adds to the pressure. To you, it's a game of checkers. To me, I'm shooting your prey forever, dive into the tide and try to keep it moving, neglect my medical records. I'ma fight for the title, check my federal records. I set my tech high school on fire. You can slow the time down when you hear the bell bells, listen to the echoes in the woods. Can you hear yourself? My only fear is hell. We on the highway to it, so be careful who you let take the steering wheel. I ain't really feeling well, somehow we can heal themselves, but still, he needs serious help for real. Ice water kept it flowing right up until it melt. Ill feeling like I had to kill it, it wasn't just gonna kill itself.
Let's fucking go.
You don't even know.
Here it comes, boys. I'm ready for the beat to drop.
Get ready, bitch.
Back to my 13th master's here to get my 33rd degree. The Vatican stole every ancient building and turned it into universities. How perfectly they reversed the flow of that free energy. Good dog, here's your caller right now if you wanna be debt free. Back when I didn't know how to feel, I had Oprah telling me. But you think I give a fuck that I'm only known federally? Angels abandoned the cathedral, so they're like haunted mansions. We used to build vertically, now it's just horizontal expansion. So if you don't know me by now, you only find out if I let you. I'll be 1,000 years dead by the time that this gets through. Was I an issue? They will never make my death official. Gambling at the foot of every tree where I left initials. They still crusaded for Christ. His name still wasn't Jesus. They painted him white and renamed it.
What
to
up,
the
Fox
Caesars.
Taco?
They got you worshiping the weapon that they used to kill him. They even painted the archangels into some super villains. Didn't cross your mind, take the L, didn't dodge your eye. You can escape hell, but not in time. Number one sign, your favorite celebrity's been eating too much human meat. New veneers, cause they were losing their teeth while chewing me. Back to your soul at stake. The world didn't hold its weight. Asteroids about to hit like a bullet straight. If I get out of line, then who's really gonna hold my place? I'm full of steam, either full of shit, full of coke, or full of cake. Call the police state all of the day. Take a toll of the killings. We didn't just steal American Indian land. We stole all their buildings, slaughtered the children. Remember they learn when the tables get turned, angels return. I was thrown in the flames, unable to burn. The true executioner, the one who lived through the beheading. They threw me to their lions, and I just used them as bedding. R.I.P. killdos. It's time to go on a crime spree and find these cowards that got me ready to set fire to every 5G tower. You can feel the time down when you hear the bells. Listen to the echoes in the woods. Can you hear yourself? My only fear is hell. We on the highway to it, so be careful who you let take the steering wheel. I ain't really feeling well, somehow we can heal themselves, but still, he needs serious help for real. Ice water kept it flowing right up until it melt. Ill feeling like I had to kill it, it wasn't just gonna kill itself.
Word. All right, Taylor Swift diss. Here it comes.
Whatever they decided I couldn't do is exactly what I did. Oh, I'll take it. Hey.
Take it one knee at a time. Your gun disease should be fine. The dumb leading the blind.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, should I give them a little hand towel? I have a bunch of these, like, here, a little napkin things that I can give them.
100 reasons to die. Got us addicted to sugars, parasites in our gut. Got no other reason to lie. Being held down by what's keeping them high. Fuck your pop charts, that's not art, it's Pop Tarts. It's the stock art you find in the picture frames at Walmart. True talent feels layered in years, so you will never fit in like Taylor's veneers. Prey on your fears, matter of fact, fuck you. In your plate of cookies, cast it in cast, cause it's not a stretch for you to play a pussy a big head.
Wait, one sec. Okay, I've got this. It's kind of a bigger. It's like a napkin. It's kind of like a, I think it's a cotton thing. And then this is like a little washcloth. I guess this is probably maybe better because it's smaller. Should I just tuck this in there? Right? Chunks the deadbeat mother. Sorry, one second, my cable's all tied up. Yeah, because they were using that plastic bag as a fucking blanket, dude. Let me make sure there's still 4. Dude, they're all sprawled flat, laying and sleeping. It's so cute. And Chunks is still over there mad as hell. Soft, natural fiber. Should I put this? Maybe I should just put this on the outside. I'll put it like half in the door so Chunks can bring it in if she wants it. Chunks just came because she was pissed. Okay, let's see what she does. She got really mad. Here she comes. Do you like that, or does that make you mad? I just want you to have a blankie for the babies, okay? Yeah, so she can take it out if she doesn't want it. Don't get mad at me, Chunks. I'm trying to help you. You're literally suffocating your babies. Don't make me pull the screenshot up again. I swear to God I will. I'll show stream. I'll show stream how you were literally trying to strangle your own children live. It's fucked up. Oh, she's testing it? Dude, she might be testing it. What if she finally gets that I'm, you know, the one supporting her? You think she'll ever be grateful? Doubtful, right? Yeah, no, I think she might like it. She's obviously touching. She's playing with it. What do we think, Chunks? Come on, drag it in. It's for you. We're trying to improve. Call her La Lorna. Come on, baby. Come on, Chunker. We give you the world. I know they were all holding each other, right, Sarah Jo? Okay, well, I'll keep you updated. Bro, when I tucked that in there, she literally came running. She was gonna fight me. I'm telling you, squirrels are nuts, dude. They don't have that fear thing. They're like donkeys, bro. Squirrels are donkeys of rodents. If she throws it on the ground, that's fine. I don't think she will, though. I think she's fucking with it. Hold on. Is this the riveting content you guys came for? Hopefully. Come on. She's playing. She's definitely messing with it. She's checking it out, making sure I didn't poison it. Come on. Dude, she's gonna throw it on the ground. I know. Because Chunks does nothing but disappoint me and make me sad. So I have a feeling she's gonna hate it. Okay, sorry. I will keep you updated. Let's finish Black Death Kiss's track.
Always an easy target, cat food on the meat market. Imagine never feeling hardship. Who said eco terrorist Barbie was harmless? Dip my lavender haze and jet fuel. Only down to earth when feet and ground touch. High school been over for years, too late to get cool. It's like telling her to keep her mouth shut. Play the same song 100 times in a time loop. No time for a future. Aw, look. She wants her parents to watch her while she rides her scooter. The last thing you'll see, the red leather mask on a 7-footer. I'm making a glitter bomb with metal scraps in my pressure cooker. You're John Smith, the Pocahontas will only haunt. Fuck your phony charts, put your head on a stick, it's your only art. Throwing darts at a dartboard with your face that makes your teeth glow in the dark. I'm just saying, justice for honor till it burns a hole in your heart. I like this though.
Probably.
Middle of the night, in my dreams, you can always find me in crime scenes. Baby, you should see the things I did, don't mind me. Root canal for parasites in my teeth. Middle of the night, in my dreams, you can always find me in crime scenes. Baby, you should see the things I did, don't mind me. The root canal for parasites in my teeth. Girl, how you got the posture of a love seed? Howard the Duck with some buck teeth. Energy of the son of a priest. Get Travis baptized in the blood of cheese. Kids Bob doesn't need to water your songs down. So you're softer than that butt pad. You try to hide inside your motherfucking ball gown. Lately your face looking like it has more filler than
This has got a cool ass vibe right now, bro.
Guess the children, it's exciting. She doesn't write her own songs. That's just another gimmick. This bitch is the reason I have bad blood blood with Kendrick. Fuck your Saturn death call. Anton the bass laid to the master race. While I be half naked on stage if your fan base isn't even half your age. Happy me a musician, toying with the emotions of kids. Imagine hearing the gospel from a yuppie, soulless witch. Merch falling apart in the mail. Hope it wasn't bought at retail with your dance mom parents.
Imagine hearing the gospel from a yuppie soulless witch.
Read the Scott Swift email, 5 pages. Guess you could say I still love her in a plutonic way. Cause I look at us both and all I see is bubonic plague. You can finally be the victim that you always play in a demonic cage, doing evil on your own accord and not just on happy Honda days. The demons called to you and you weren't even hesitant to let them in. How many people fainted at a 120-degree Brazil show where you had a security at the door making sure people pour out their water before entering?
All of a sudden, people had doubts about my singing voice. Was it strong enough? Was I a little bit pitchy? All of a sudden, they weren't sure if I was the one writing the songs because sometimes in the past I had co-writers in the room. At that time, I couldn't.
I love it trailing off. Hell yeah, another fucking Black Deathicus hood classic. All right, Candace is going off.
Jacqueline writes, pray for Candace Owens.
Yeah, so not to keep harping on the Charlie Kirk shit, but this is a pivotal moment because, dude, this is like the Reichstag fire, right? This is a fake fucking crisis to rally the base. So everyone's moves right now is very important. Candace Owens' moves, fucking what's his face? Ben Shapiro. Is Ben Shapiro taking over Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA? Then I heard JD Vance fucking hosted Charlie Kirk's show on Rumble today. Like, it's important to know what their moves are, right? So
truly,
we got to keep our investigation going a little bit. We're not gonna do the whole stream on Charlie Kirk, but this shit's important, I think. So we'll check this out.
For me to like literally, yeah. I want you to know.
So this is what I see happening, Painter Rob. I think this is the thing that they're finally gonna use to turn, because remember, Ian Carroll and everyone, they've been stoking the anti-Semitism, Nick Fuentes, right? Because remember, at the end of the day, Israel is a scapegoat state, right? They're doing everything that America wants so that, because at the end of the prophecy, what happens? Israel gets annihilated. Remember what happened in Germany? It's almost like the Germans got annihilated too, right? So anyway, their prophecy states that once all of the Jews are in Israel, Jesus is going to come and annihilate Israel, kill all of the Jews and all of the Muslims in the entire world, and then it's just going to be the evangelicals, guys. Isn't that going to be so fun? That's the fucking prophecy. So there has to be a turn eventually, because right now, for the most part, these motherfuckers have been running background for Israel for the last 100 years, right? Even up until last year. I mean, they're still kind of doing it. This is all part of the Mossad operation because they're sacrificing themselves at the end. They're not actually going to go anywhere. They're all going to spread to the wind like always. The only people that will really be hurt are the civilians, you know? That's who always gets hurt. And then they'll wipe out all the Palestinians finally. Literally, bro. So how do they get there? Eventually, they've got to get to deporting all Jewish people to fucking Israel so that they can annihilate it, right? So they've got to make anti-Semitism fucking hip and cool again, which is what they've been doing, right? So I see a faction of them going like, this is Israel, when really it's our government. It's the feds. Mossad, CIA, and the FBI are all the same organization. I don't care what anyone says, they all work together, right? So I think eventually they're doing it now. Ian Carroll's been running anti-Semitism for the last year and a half. This has always been for this. And this is their new Reichstag fire. This is getting the base together. This is their literal turning point, bro. It's the turning point. Oh my God. Right? Oh my God. These fucking cucks, right? Anyway, all right, so that's my prediction. We got to get They want to get all Jewish people to fucking Israel so they can annihilate it. That's what the evangelicals and the Mormons want. Remember, this is all about Zionism, baby. Evangelicals and Mormons, biggest fucking Zionists. The Israelis are sacrificial Zionists.
That's why reading about Sigmund Freud is very important to understand what modern psychology is.
No, dude, there is no Trump's revenge on Bibi. They're all doing their parts, working together. There is no Putin fight. Putin is Joseph Goebbels. Like, Trump is fucking Hitler. So is Peter Thiel. Like, they're all buddies. It's just global Nazism. Just imagine Germany exploded over the entire world. It splooged all over. It jorked Pinar all over the fucking earth. And instead of Nazi Germany being only one little country in Europe, it's the whole fucking world. They're all working together.
Life that supports
these idiots. I hate them. Well, I don't hate them. I'm just done with them.
Family. Thank you very much. Christ is King. The tributes around the world.
I'm only here to listen to your lies and rhetoric. That's fine.
There is a lot more.
I'm only here to listen to your lies and rhetoric, says Rognald Hillstream. That's fine, dude. Stick around. You might learn something. What, are you mad about me making fun of Erica Kirk? I mean, yeah, it's fucked up for me to do that if I'm wrong. But if I'm right, it's not fucked up, so.
Centralized intelligence agency. You can head on over to
Ross, send it to the disco.
We take money from nobody, and so nobody can threaten me. You can head over to our website, candaceowens.com. You can sign up, buy yourself a hat, stay there, and
you gotta be running ads, boys.
Able to keep going. And I want to say to everybody else who is lying on behalf.
And Rognall, just remember, who you hang out with means a lot, you know? So if you're choosing to spend your time here with me and hang out with me, you know, that's cute. I think that means you have a crush on me. You obviously like something that you're hearing, even if your body's not ready to accept it, you know? Usually that's what happens to me. My jokes kind of understand the truth before my body and my brain fully realizes it, you know? So something made you come here, and I bet it's not just to harass me. I bet it's because you like some of the stuff that I'm saying. And what if I'm right? What if all of the things that you believe are lies? What if everything the government and podcasters has been telling you for the last 5 years is a lie to get you to be mad at people like me? What if, dude? But that's okay. I like you. I think you're cool. I think you should hang around. It's totally fucked up even if you're right. It's vile. I mean, yeah, for sure. It's very provocative, right? Here, let's watch the thing in question again. Like, don't get me wrong.
Kirk is fake.
I know this is provocative, but it's also to get you to think, and I provoked you to come here.
Can you imagine this? I love you so freaking much. Hey, are you okay? Can I help you with something? Yeah, can you film this for me, actually? Charles, I freaking love you so much, Charles.
So I agree. I could have done this a little lighter and at the end been like, great take, thank you. But I kind of wanted to piss some people off. And it's okay because I think that when people get pissed off, it sometimes makes them think. But also, when you make jokes, it gets people to think, you know? So I'm not your enemy, buddy. And if you really love Charlie Kirk, you should be mad at the feds, which is who I'm mad at, you know? So there, we have a common enemy. We should unite. But I'm not your problem. I know, I made a kind of a tasteless joke. And again, Elon wants comedy to be legal. And just because you don't agree with this comedy, for sure, it's black, it's bad. I honestly thought about not posting it. I was like, I probably shouldn't post this. I'm going to piss everyone off. But honestly, actually, for the most part, except for Facebook, which is just Mark Zuckerberg's bullshit, I'm not sure why Instagram is cool and then Facebook is just dummies, you know? Like, all the comments that Facebook gets is clearly bots and boomers. I mean, I guess that's what it is. It's bots and boomers. Instagram, I've gotten a really cool audience there. For the most part, I don't have too many haters. And when I do, they're all bots, so. And then TikTok's the best when anyone's allowed to see any video there, but. Anyway, I hope you stick around. Rognald, I like your name. I think it's cool. But yeah, probably could have done this lighter, but I did want to piss some people off. And I do think it's funny. And because I'm so certain to my core that they are faking it. And honestly, you should be mad at them, not me. Think about this too. She's literally cutting ads using her grief to recruit for fucking Toilet Paper USA. And you're mad at me? That's gross. I mean, that's literally using Charlie's name to sell shit. Like, at least I'm not selling anything. Well, that's not true. You ever heard of the Knitwitch General Store? Hold on. Wait, what's it? Linktree. Hey, everybody. If you're looking for a frickin' shirt, I don't have any Charlie Kirk shirts because that would be tasteless, but I do have Paul Weisopel shirts. He's the FBI agent who is probably currently running this federal operation against us all. He also did the Oklahoma City bombing, and this is him never forgetting the Twin Towers in jorts. So you could get that. You could get a They 9/11 The Skies t-shirt. All shirts are $25. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable price. And except for this one, which is a crop top, it's a little special, so this one's $35 just because it costs more to make it. So anyway, if it flies, it spies. See, Rognald, I know you're loving this, right? You wouldn't be watching Charlie Kirk if you didn't think birds were real. So tell me, how much do we have in common and how much do we have in differences, you know? I bet everything else you kind of fuck with. You're just mad because they're using your empathy against you. They think that you're going to not see the lies and the bullshit through the blood and their grief, their fake grief, so that they can recruit Turning Point USA numbers, all again using your empathy. So again, you should be mad at them, brother. But in the meantime, if you want a shirt and you want to support the Cat Dad operation, there you go, boys. The Knitwitch General Store for all of your Knitwitch merchandise needs. Thank you. Hey, if Charlie's wife's gonna be running ads on his death, I'm running ads on it. I'm sorry. Tasteless, possibly. Funny, definitely. Oh, sorry. Oh no. Wait. Go back. I did want to watch some of that.
Freud is celebrated in schools as the father of modern psychology.
But anyway, does that make sense? I mean, they're literally farming his death for recruitment numbers. It's so obvious what they're doing, you know? It's just capitalism, baby. We got to be selling shit. That's the only way we can survive here, especially with the censorship that we actually face, unlike Charlie Kirk, who's propped up by the FBI.
He is the father of nothing but modern gaslighting, and that's what they do. They gaslight repeatedly. Okay, don't believe your own eyes. When you understand how severe the lies were that were being told, that Sigmund Freud professionalized in form of the psychoanalytic movement, I'm talking about parents that were raping their toddlers he was covering for, then you understand the evil that we are confronted with. Like, what kind of people would organize and lie about something like that, okay? You got to confront real evil. And then I would recommend you read David Bakan, Sigmund Freud, and I think it's the history of the Jewish mystical tradition. I think those are probably just, and that doesn't even get into like.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is what they're going to do, right? It's the literal turning point.
The history of
Sigma Alpha grind set. Yeah, dude. I'm out here grinding, unlike Charlie Kirk.
Real, but it will help you. I think that.
Sorry, too far.
Kind of woke me up and led me
Charlie.
to
We
researching more about the history of Israel. And it started with the gaslighting mentality and the father of it. I would definitely read Shlomo Sand. There's a book called The Invention
Freud was a total Nancy, bro.
Of the Jewish people that gets into Israel full stop. He was, I believe, a historian at Tel Aviv University. That's an important one. And you will note that all of these books that I'm recommending, by the way, were written by Jewish authors, because that makes you aware of the fact that you're not diving into something that can be labeled anti-Semitic, because, I mean, these people were like in the IDF, you know what I mean? And so there's no incentive for them to lie. But if you just want to jump right into Israeli history, I would say Shlomo Sand would be a good start. The Invention of the Jewish People is a good one, and he took a lot of flack for having written it, standing up to neo-historians, which is who we are also fighting. They are neo-historians. They publish a lot, and you believe they're kind of creating this matrix of history that there's very little truth there. Kari writes, a death can do to the believer, all death can do to the believer is deliver him to Jesus. That's fantastic. And you are absolutely correct. Jordan Jacqueline writes, pray for Candace. Oh,
Fox Taco, are you talking about Erica? I see no La Pasión from her. She's just a really bad actress. I agree, dude. I mean, I said this yesterday. If you want a good actress, they needed to reach a little further than Summer House into the Vanderpump Rules pool and get Stassi Schroeder or fucking Katie. Those are the only two options, right? Is there anyone else from VPR that could have pulled it off? Dude, even Lala could have pulled it off. Even, oh my God, it would have been perfect. It's Lala from Utah. What's her real name? Lauren. She's literally from Utah. They should have wifed Charlie Kirk up to Lala. She literally would have crushed this, bro. And she knows where her camera is. She's really good at this shit. All these VPR actresses are. She would have never been like, can you shoot an over the shoulder of me crying out over my fake husband's casket? She would know that we would read the fucking filth out of that, you know? We would read it to filth. She's better than that. Stassi Schroeder would have crushed this shit, dude. Yeah, she knows where her lens
writes,
is.
go Candace, go, but be careful. No one was more careful than Charlie Kirk, and he still got a bullet in the throat.
Carrie Evans could have pulled this off. My sweet, sweet Carrie Evans. Dude, she might have been one of my first crushes. I truly had a crush on her and then got harassed by her last year. Isn't that so funny? I had a crush on her when I was in fucking... What was it? Was I in 6th grade when 9/11 happened?
That's why I would like to say that. Amanda Moore writes, contributing for the fight. May the God protect you and your family. By the way, these are really big donations that are coming in right now to me, and I thank you because when I tell you I am, I will catch more lawsuits to get the truth out about Charlie Kirk if I have to.
Yeah, dude. All I'm saying is yesterday we broke 100 viewers for the first time ever. It was fucking madness, bro. It was so cool. It was crazy. All because Charlie Kirk brought us together. How cool was that?
Okay. That's all these people have is threats, lawsuits, contracts, lawyers. I'm sick of it. I am sick of it. Truly, I am done. I'm done. Okay.
Same, girl.
I'm done. That's it. It took Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, bro, we literally broke 120 on YouTube yesterday. It was fucking nuts. Charlie Kirk brought us all together. I love that.
Dying for me to like literally, I want you to know, F you. Like truly, I mean that. I don't care. I'll expose everything. You guys who are watching know what I know. So tell the truth. Just tell the truth for once in your miserable lives. Okay, I need to calm down. I told the priest I would chill. I did. No, I didn't. I actually said I just needed time. But I understood that my anger was wrong. And the priest told me that is like, you know, everybody struggles with certain things. Mine is vengeance. I have to work on that. So I would like to apologize for my tone 10 seconds ago. IPO TV writes, it seems pretty clear what's happening here, and I'm shaking my head. I didn't follow Charlie, but was moved by his passing. A little something for security and no more over your dead body talk. We need you. Stay strong.
I forgot, dude. Ray did predict 4 babies. Ray was on this shit. Ray knew. And Chunks rejected the fucking towel. Chunks... Dude, she literally... No one hurts your heart like a fucking squirrel who rejects you. I mean, I feed her every day. Dude, those baby squirrels in that picture, Ray, are so fucking cute. Squirrel bebes.
Strong and safe. Thank you for saying that. And I'm here. I am here. I am obviously still not okay. I don't know if I'll ever be okay from having watched that, but I am focused. Mandy writes, Christ is King and hopefully is returning very soon. Tony Hill writes, I constantly pray for Charlie Kirk and his family as well as you and your family. Their plan is causing division in our country. We need to take what they did to Charlie and come together to fight their evil, not each other. Candace, we have your back. Yeah, I know. I've been a little snippy because it's really hard to see people, especially going back into like every message that me and Charlie ever shared that did nothing but try to destroy him. Like just the pretense of nobility stresses me out. It does. But I won't, every week I will get better. And I'm trying. I am trying to be gracious and not angry.
Definitely.
Anger is my choice emotion at this moment. Divine Counsel writes, Candace, I have joined you as a voice for truth. I changed my channel the day of Charlie's murder and I took my mask off. Hard being a Black conservative. Please look into the book, The 13th Tribe. I've heard a lot about that book. It's about the origin of the Ashkenazi Jews, the Khazars. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. So they're doing the whole turn is coming from Charlie Kirk. What happened with the Reichstag fire? Is there a different event that was kind of more like this? It was an arson attack, home of the German parliament, precisely 4 weeks after Hitler was sworn in. A Dutch communist was said to be the culprit. The Nazis attributed the fire to a group of communist agitators, used it as a pretext to claim that communists were plotting against the German government, and induced President Paul von Hindenburg to issue the Reichstag fire decree, suspending civil liberties and pursue a ruthless confrontation with the communists. This made the fire pivotal to the establishment of Nazi Germany. I feel like this would be more like Kristallnacht. Well, but they haven't. But Kristallnacht that'll be later, I think. Once they've got all their proud, because dude, right now they're trying to recruit the Proud Boys and the Nazis, right? I wonder what, like, I'm sure this helped recruit and shit, right? But I feel like because right now they're in the middle of stoking the hatred, the anti-Semitism. That'll be later. They'll have the Proud Boys, like, burn down, I don't know, Jewish-owned businesses or something. They're just going to do the same thing over. Was this before the Kristallnacht? Rognold sure got quiet. What the frick? Yeah, see, Kristallnacht was later. Kristallnacht's coming. That was 1938. Reichstag fire was 33. Like, do you see? This is like a slow-moving beast. This is the turning point. Now they're going to be openly stoking anti-Semitism. Before it was all just suspicion. Now they're certain that it was Mossad that did it, right? It was Mossad that killed Charlie, not the feds, not the FBI who literally couldn't catch the kid. He was also Mormon, so like, Mossad, why? Oh, Reichstag was 34? Or no, it was February 27th, 1933. And then when is the Night of Long Knives? '34. Okay, so this is what's going to happen, right? Kristallnacht. They're recruiting. They're literally, I mean, H was saying that they're fucking doing like a canary mission. H, what website are you talking about? Where'd you hear about this shit? You said that you're worried that people are going to be doxxed for talking out about Charlie Kirk. Yeah, Mossad and the feds are the same. It took 33 hours to catch him. Crazy, right?
I mean, you can also read their own books, and they said they were the Khazars. So, I've covered that on my show extensively. Look up Abraham Pollock. He won awards for saying they were the Khazars and tracing them back. So again, we are fighting neo-historians, and you should just accept that everything that you learned in a textbook is not real, which is why I say
True.
get your kids out of these schools. If you want to honor Charlie, get your children out of these public schools.
Yeah, burn your schools
Not even
down.
the private ones, too. I want to be very clear. It's a communist movement. It always has been communist.
Pursue a ruthless confrontation with the communists. Libs of TikTok made a doxing site for people who were celebrating or talking badly about Kirk. Taylor Lorenz's sister's making a doxing website. That's crazy, dude. Dude, this is crazy. So she's just doing a doxing website? Nice.
They need your children. That is the one resource that they can't buy, and that's your children, okay? Because that protects their dynasty, to be able to have their mind.
Yeah, dude, we're entering a decade-long astrological period where Pluto's declining or something. The last time it happened was when World War II kicked off. Yeah. Right? Night's Light, can you confirm? Astrologer on... What would we call you? Astrologer on call? Knitwitch on astrologer? That's your lower third.
Impact their minds, to lie to them. It is psychology. That's why reading about Sigmund Freud is very important, to understand what modern psychology is and how much they have invested, how much time they have invested in.
And Sigmund Freud's grandson or whatever runs Netflix. Just saying.
To thinking about how they're going to raise up your children, okay? It is wicked, it is evil, it is disturbing, but you need to know it. You need to know it. Read The Assault on Truth, process it, and recognize that when you grew up, you were told to honor that monster, okay? Up is down and down is up. Question everything. We certainly will be questioning everything. Kiara writes...
Well, Rewind Girl said, I haven't been following Candace's whole take on everything. Well, since she broke away from Ben Shapiro, she's definitely been going on the anti-Semitism slant with Ian Carroll, because that's always what's been meant to happen. I think that's what they did with Tucker too. They broke Tucker off of Fox. They broke Candace off of Ben Shapiro. Same with... Oh, they're breaking what's-his-face off from Alex Jones. They're creating a new right because they know that we already don't trust most of these fucking people, right? So they're splintering. They're creating their own splinter. A fractal of a fractal, right? Because, again, they have to capture everything. They can't allow people like us who we don't play the fucking Democrat Republican shit, you know? So they created their own faction of these new people. That's why Tucker is kind of kicking ass right now. That's why people are like, oh my God, I can't believe I agree with Clandis. We know Ian Carroll. And Charlie Kirk was kind of one of those guys. So now all of those people that were kind of broken off and sometimes would listen to people like us, right? Now they're all uniting around this. That's exactly what the fuck's going on, bro. CIA calls it limitation strategy. Yeah, limiting like your options, right? But anyway, so they're creating a new faction of the right that is going hard on Israel. Because remember, these people were all supporting Israel like a couple weeks ago. This is all slowly changing, right? Ian Carroll was like the first one who was like openly doing anti-Semitism. Then she broke off. Then fucking, like, this is what's happening. It's so that people like people don't listen to Sam Tripoli, maybe, if he's kind of real. I don't know. Sometimes he's pretty dope. But, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? But yeah, limitation strategy. Yeah, Megyn Kelly, right? Like, dude, it's all so funny. They all just naturally splintered off. Like, Fox News, we said this a couple months ago. We were like, I bet they made a big public show of Tucker getting fired so that people would run to him because they know that we don't trust legacy media anymore, right? Dude, I love figuring out all their bullshit and why they're doing stuff because then it gives us the ability to guess what they're gonna fucking do, you know? But I think this is kind of like a Reichstag fire thing. This is like a uniting the base type thing. Creating a new and look too, these people are, I feel like, stepping further right. I mean, Nick Fuentes is part of their crew. And it just keeps, you just keep sidestepping right and right and right and right and right and right until you're literally fucking fascist deporting Jewish people to Israel so we can do a fake false flag Armageddon. Unbelievable.
Candace, after I posted my prayers to Charlie's family, I was blocked and removed by people I once considered close to me.
There was a dude on Fox who said they should just kill all homeless people. Oh my God.
It's sick how many people I see in my everyday life that support such an ungodly act. Christ is King, praying for you and your family. Thank you very much. Christ is King. The tributes around the world towards Charlie lifted up my heart. There is a lot more that I will say, but I, again, want to invite people to lie first. I want to invite people to lie. If you have any more information, please send them to tips@CandaceOwens.com. If you want to join our movement of the decentralized intelligence agency, you can head on over to support us in our work. We are entirely independent. We take money from nobody, and so nobody can threaten me. You can head over to our website, CandaceOwens.com. You can sign up, buy yourself a hat.
Dude, right, Night's Light? The turning point symbolism is literally crazy. It's like, bro, they're slapping us in the fucking face with their dick right now. Their limp dick. They're just... They don't care. It's so obvious. Yeah, they gotta tell us somehow, right? They're like, no, this is the literal turning point.
Stay there. And we really appreciate that. That's why we're able to keep going. And I want to say to everybody else who is lying on behalf of certain people, I know who you are. Okay? I know who you are too. I'm writing that down. So tread carefully, you know? Because I wouldn't want to get caught up in lying right now. I wouldn't.
Dude, how funny would it be? Okay, imagine this, bro. Like a week from now, Charlie Kirk comes back and he goes, I didn't actually die. They tried to kill me, but they whisked me off and we faked my death. But it was Mossad. It was Israel. We all need to be anti-Semites now. I'm actually Jesus. That'd be crazy, right? I could totally see them doing that. What if they tried to make Charlie Kirk Jesus? That would be nutty. Nutty Bo Buddy. Shut up, dude. Turning Point social media posted that he died at home like 2 days before. Yeah, shit's fishy
I
AF.
wouldn't want to be you and be caught up in lying right now, because the truth is going to win.
Who's she talking to?
The
Mossad?
truth is going to come out.
Feds?
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Candace doing her fake sad act. Dude, I think all these people know that Charlie's not dead. Skitter sent me this. National Guard's tanks were stolen in Memphis. That's awesome, bro. Hey, you know what I heard? I heard that, like, people always think that they need to, like, stab tires. But if you have little snips or even scissors, the little valve stem, you know, the part that sticks out, the rubber part, you can just clip that, and that's way easier than, like, because sometimes when people stab tires, they don't realize how much backwards pressure the tire gives, and they slip and they cut their fucking hand, right? So don't mess with that, dude. That's too dangerous. If you ever need to flatten your own tires really fast or something because you're like stuck in sand, I don't know if that's how that works. Not saying to do that to National Guard vehicles, but if you ever need to rapidly deflate your tires, do not stab it. Just cut the plug. You know what I mean? Okay, boys. Do we know about Dean Withers? Hold on. Dean Withers is very busted up about Charlie. I get it. He's a young Mormon. Oh, God. What's Byron doing? Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's not get sidetracked. Everybody's making fun of him because he cried a lot about Charlie dying. He follows him around. He's a debate bro with Charlie. He loves Charlie a lot. So everyone is like, oh, Brokeback Mountain, making fun of this poor kid, right? Not funny. Dean and Charlie are doomed. Wait, what is Yao? What is it? Yaoi?
His wife and children really finished, dude. I'm not saying.
Dude, poor Dean.
Don't make that line be one between the left and right. Because if you do make that line fall between the left and right, I will side with the right.
This is one of the kids that was running game for the Democratic Party for the last 2 years, you know? He's one of these hairy puppets. He's also Mormon. Look at that fucking chin, right?
This is not about party lines. So don't fucking make it about party lines.
It's gay manga. It's gay hentai. That's so funny.
The kid Dean, there's a big internet thing about him. They're trying to cancel him because he said the N-word when he was a kid. I actually want to come to his defense. I haven't said this publicly. Again, and I thought he was actually a really sweet kid when I met him. I think it's totally wrong. I don't care if you said the N-word when you're 14, 15, 16 years old. It's called being a kid. You do stupid, dumb stuff. And so a lot of people are trying to cancel Dean. I think it's totally wrong. And like liberals trying to cancel him and conservatives. So I just want to put that in there. I think we have to be very principled about it. And like, you know, he's getting all these people that are trying to disassociate. Very smart kid. I actually think Dean is more likely to one day become more conservative because he's intellectually honest.
Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that? And the data shows they were
Yo. Okay, anyway, so someone made this fan edit for Dean because he loves Charlie and everyone feels bad for him. And it's not funny, it's very sweet.
gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while. This could take a while.
I'm sorry, Dean. Dean's busted up, dude. Boys, did you notice the shooter's
hey guys,
chin?
Just your daily reminder that a bunch of big-chinned incest Habsburgs are running everything and trying to trick you into a civil war, okay? Don't worry, guys. The Charlie Kirk shooter is just another Habsburg, like the Annunciation shooter, just like the fake guy who supposedly shot Trump's ear off, just like Adam Lanza / David Hogg, just like Jay Leno, just like the guy from Columbine, just like Timothy McVeigh, just like Timothy McVeigh's clone nephew, Tyler Hanson.
Have you ever seen so many fucking chins, brother? I mean, right? Holy fuckaroni.
And just like Paul Weisopel, who is Timothy McVeigh, just like Obama's mama, just like fucking this guy,
Harry.
Just like John Kerry, just like the guy that was in Taylor Swift's Nazi picture with the swastika, and just like their great ancestor, the ugliest Habsburg of them all. Actually, they're all terrible and ugly. Honestly,
your cat's a freaking Habsburg, dude.
I look like one of them. I fucking hate it, but it's okay. And then is that the dude from Goonies? No, who is that? It's Habsburgs all the way down, boys. Don't worry, none of this is real. None of it. Any of it. None of it. All of it fake. And this is Paul Weisopel, Special Agent of Tampa Bay, FBI.
I think Paul's cute.
Who else deserves to be on the list? Boys, let me know in the comments. Okay, bye.
Who are we missing?
Bro, don't worry. I got a big chin too, and I keep joking that at the end of this, I'm gonna find out that Paul Weisopel is my uncle and that he is actually family. But here's the difference, right? Until they find us at one of these false flag events, you know, fake shooting someone or doing a fake bombing or doing a real bombing for the FBI, you know, like until we're at the scene of one of those things, we can do whatever we want and we're not a part of it, so it's okay. The chin is not the indicator. It's the doing the domestic terrorism and then noticing that they have a chin and giant ears and huge faces that look like Habsburgs, you know? So it's okay. Us big chin brothers, until we start doing false flags, we're good, dude.
Yeah, bro.
So as long as you can keep yourself from doing a false flag, I know it's tempting. I know it's so fucking tempting, but if you can just keep it on the rails for a little bit here, I think we're gonna skate by. Bro, don't worry. Can you imagine this? I love you so freaking much. Hey, are you okay? Can I help you with something?
Yeah, can you film this for me, actually?
Charles! I freaking love you so much, Charles! Hey, do we want to know why Erica Kirk is fake crying over her fake husband's death and her fake husband's fake death? It's because the feds are trying to recruit for Turning Point.
Belly, you're going to see the Beach Boys? Does John Stamos still tour with them?
USA, or Toilet Paper USA, and also they're trying to start a civil war and stoke all of everyone's hatred and division, because a week and a half ago everyone was talking about how we're going to eat the politicians for breakfast because they're all pedophiles, because they're all in the Jeffrey Epstein they're all part of the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book, you know? We were all doing that, and then they had to stop that. And so look, now everyone's fighting. Everyone's mad at me for making fun of the Summer House actress, Charlie Kirk's lavender wife. But yeah, it's to energy harvest, because a lot of us know it's fake, but a lot more people think it's
Bushka! What the
real,
frick,
and that's
dude?
what they
She's crazed, bro.
Really give a shit about. They know that they can just use.
Dude, stop. Do you really think that they're gonna resurrect Charlie? Because I swear to God, if this thumbnail comes real, I'm gonna be so freaking stoked. Right? How cool. It would be awesome if Charlie came back to life. Not kidding. Dude, they have to jump the shark. They have to keep going. This can't stop here. Yeah, Bushka is the feds. Report a problem. Okay. Call the police, Mooshki. What's wrong with you? Oh, I'm going to the beach, boys. I got it. The Beach Boy died recently. John Stamos died recently? Fucking A, bro.
This to divide us. There's going to be a bunch of us who know it's fake, saying it's fake, trying to say, people, stop getting energy harvested from these cretins, these lizard reptilians. Stop. These people aren't even real. They don't know how to act. They literally film themselves in grief so they can sell it like a QVC ad. People get mad at me, say I'm gross. Sure, I'm a big meanie head for sure, 100%. But at least I'm not farming my fake husband's fake death to get recruits for Toilet Paper USA. So who's grosser, me or Erica Cuck? And don't worry, guys, it's not just Erica. I'm not just a misogynist making fun of Erica. It's also Fletcher's dad from the Annunciation. That was fake as hell too. These people use our empathy against us because they think if they make a lie.
Oh. Cucked.
Want to know why,
Well, whatever. I can't zoom back over to that. I basically said if they make a lie so crazy that you won't question it, like how Israel are a bunch of fucking Nazis.
Erica.
Because it's true, they are. They be acting like it too, right? Not cool. Apparently someone in this 60 Minutes article, some Mossad guy said that they're like, we literally write the story of the world and we just make it with actors.
On September 17th, after Israel and the terrorist organization Hezbollah had been in an escalating war for nearly a year,
big fans of 60
the Israeli
Minutes here,
spy
boys. We love
agency
60
Mossad
Minutes.
launched one of the most daring and sophisticated deceptions in the history of counterintelligence, the pager plot, a modern take on the Trojan horse. Mossad created a bomb in a pocket and tricked Hezbollah fighters into unwittingly wearing these devices on their bodies. The repercussions of the plot have been dramatic, including aiding in the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, the weakening of Iran, and the decimating of the target of the plot, Hezbollah. We spoke with two recently retired senior Mossad agents with leading roles in the operation. To hide their identities, we agreed they could wear a mask and have their voices altered. We started with Michael, not his real name.
The story will continue in a moment.
You were something called a case officer. What exactly is a case officer?
A case officer spearheads the operation. He's the commander of the operation.
The operation started 10 years ago, not with pagers, but with weaponizing walkie-talkies.
A walkie-talkie was a weapon, just like a bullet or a missile or a mortar.
So a walkie-talkie bomb.
A walkie-talkie bomb. Inside the battery, there is an explosive device.
And that was the invention, to put an explosive device that couldn't be detected into the battery.
Correct. Made in Israel.
At Mossad?
Yes.
As I understand it, these walkie-talkies went into a tactical vest that a soldier would put on, and then this would go in the pocket.
Correct.
Near the heart.
Yes.
So Israel sold this device to Hezbollah. Hezbollah paid for this weapon that was to be used against them.
They got a good price.
A good price that couldn't be too low or they'd be suspicious. In the end, Hezbollah bought over 16,000 of these exploding walkie-talkies that Israel then didn't activate for 10 years until 3 months ago. How did you convince Hezbollah to buy this?
Well, obviously, they didn't know that they were buying it from Israel.
Who did they buy it from, or think they were buying it from?
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel. Shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. And the world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery, kind of like the CIA's smoke and mirrors, which is what this operation was all about.
It's kind of like that because they're the same.
Starting with those walkie-talkies. But walkie-talkies are only worn in battle. So Mossad began developing a new device that Hezbollah fighters would have in their pockets all the time, a pager.
A pager is almost obsolete around the world, but Hezbollah still using it.
This is Gabriel, not his real name or voice. In 2022, he and his team started developing the second phase of the operation, the booby-trapped pagers. He found out that Hezbollah was buying pagers from this company in Taiwan called Gold Apollo. This is the pager that Hezbollah was using. So it's very sleek, it's very shiny, and it certainly can fit in a pocket. So what did you do to change this, to make it into a bomb?
So to make it into a bomb, we have to enlarge it a little bit.
In order to put explosives inside, but not too much. Using dummies, Mossad conducted tests with the pager in a padded glove to calibrate the grams of explosive needed to be just enough to hurt the fighter, but not the person next to him.
If we push the button, the only one that will get injured is the terrorist himself. Even if his wife or his daughter will be just next to him, he's the only one that's going to be harmed.
Did you test for that?
Yes, we test everything triple, double, multiple times in order to make sure there's minimum damage.
Could you use it as a tracking device? Did it have intelligence capability?
Oh no, this is a very stupid device.
Wait, what are you saying? There's UFOs invading China right now? Let's fucking go, dude. Bring it on. I hope that Atlas 3IA or whatever the fuck comes in October and just blocks the sun. Right? Why not? Dude, do you think if we have 3 days of darkness that we'll still have to go to work?
By nature. This is the reason they're using it. There's almost no way how to tap it. It's only receiving messages and several grams of explosive.
Mossad also tested these ringtones to find a sound urgent enough to compel someone to take it out of their pocket. And they tested how long it takes a person to answer a pager, on average 7 seconds. But how to convince Hezbollah to switch to this bulkier pager?
I remember the day that I came to our director, put it on the table, and he was furious. He was telling us, there is no chance that anyone will buy such a big device. It's not comfortable in their pockets. It's heavy.
Very heavy.
Very heavy. It's no good.
Yeah.
Go back and bring me something else. It took me 2 weeks to convince him that although it's ugly, it has character.
Character meaning added features, which they touted in fake ads on YouTube. Robust, dustproof, waterproof, long battery life.
We make advertising movies and brochures, and we put it on the internet, and it became the best product in the beeper area in the world.
Did people other than Hezbollah want to buy this based on what was being said about it online?
Yes, we received several requests from regular potential customers. Obviously, we didn't send to anyone. We just quote them with expensive price.
Mossad wanted to use the name Gold Apollo on its pager, so it set up shell companies, including one in this building in Hungary, to dupe the Taiwanese into partnering with them. So the company in Taiwan, Gold Apollo, did they know that they were working with people from Mossad?
Gold Apollo had zero clue that they are working with the Mossad.
And neither did Hezbollah.
When they are buying from us, they have zero clue that they are buying from the Mossad. We make like Truman Show. Everything is controlled by us behind the scene. In their experience, everything is normal. Everything was 100% kosher, including businessmen, marketing, engineers, showroom, everything.
To further the plot, Mossad hired the Gold Apollo saleswoman Hezbollah was used.
Bro, look at all of this devious shit they do. They're insane.
To working with before. She offered them the first batch of pagers as an upgrade free of charge. By September 2024, Hezbollah had 5,000 pagers in their pockets. The question for Israel, when to activate the sleeping bombs. There were hints Hezbollah might be getting suspicious of the devices, so Mossad head Dadi Barnea gave the go-ahead, triggering the attack and shocking people around the world as it seemed more like a spy movie than reality. On September 17th at 3:30 p.m., pagers started beeping all over Lebanon. As I understand it, people with this pager got a message that said, you have an encrypted message. In order to access it, you have to push the 2 buttons, meaning that it would explode in their hands.
That was the whole point.
So if someone did not push the 2 buttons, what happened?
It's the same effect. It's going to explode anyway.
The explosive was triggered in Israel.
Yes.
What ensued was mayhem. People with pagers blowing up on the street, on motorcycles, hospitals filling up with the wounded, limbs, fingers torn off, bloodied, blinded, holes in stomachs. For the most part, the explosions worked as planned, they say. Watch the man on the left. Those right next to him were unscathed. The very next day, Mossad finally activated the walkie-talkies that had been dormant for 10 years, some going off at the funerals.
Bro, and who are the fucking terrorists? This is literally insane. I hadn't seen this shit. Bro, this is crazy.
Of those killed by the pagers. All in all, about 30 people died, including 2 children. Around 3,000 were injured.
Sorry, 3 child terrorists, you mean? Bro, and who are the fucking terrorists? This is crazy, bro. This is in a different country. They're doing this in a different country.
It wasn't killing Hezbollah terrorist. If he just dead, so he's dead. But if you're wounded, you have to take him to the hospital, take care of him. You need to invest money in efforts. And those people without hands and eyes are living proof, walking in Lebanon, of don't mess with us. They are walking proof of our superiority all around the Middle East.
2 days after the pager attack, Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah,
their white superiority, their fake accents,
known for his fiery oratory, gave a subdued speech.
If you look at his eyes, he was defeated. He already lost the war. And his soldiers...
Yeah, these terrorists sure look like normal people shopping for groceries. Very odd. And riding motorcycles.
Look at him during that speech, and they saw a broken leader. And this was the tipping point of the war. I don't know if you know that Nasrallah, when we operate the beeper operation, just next to him in the bunker, several people at the beeper receiving the message. And in his own eyes, he saw them collapsing.
How do you know that?
It's a strong rumor.
In the ensuing days, the Israeli Air Force hit targets all across Lebanon, killing over 1,000, many of them civilians. On September 27th, it dropped massive bombs on Nasrallah's bunker, assassinating him. 2 months later, after more Israeli strikes over Lebanon and more civilian deaths, the war between...
Who are the terrorists? Who are the terrorists?
Israel and Hezbollah ended with a ceasefire. Did you completely destroy and crush Hezbollah?
I think it's a big question, and I think the honest answer would be no. But I think after this tipping point of the beeper...
The war can't end, boys. Tipping point or turning point?
Operation and the walkie-talkie and then IDF attack put Hezbollah in a very, very difficult situation. No chain of command, no spirit in their soldiers, asking, begging for a ceasefire.
So you restore your sense of superiority. But what about your moral reputation? Don't you think Israel has to worry about its
reputation? He says, we have no morals.
Reputation.
Definitely. But there is a prioritization. First, you have to defend your people not being killed by the thousands. And then, the reputation.
The pagers have had a profound rippling effect, severely weakening Iran by leaving its proxy empire in ruins, with Hezbollah shattered in Lebanon, Assad toppled in Syria. We asked Agent Michael about the effect on Gaza. How does that affect the situation with Hamas?
The wind was taken out of Hezbollah's fight after the pager operation, and I'm hoping that it will have an effect also on the Hamas and hostage situation, because they're looking at their sides and they're seeing no one next to them. They're completely isolated now.
In terms of the kind of warfare that was conducted with the walkie-talkies and the pagers, would you call it a psychological war?
The day after the pagers exploded, people were afraid to turn on the air conditioners in Lebanon because they were afraid that they would explode. So there was...
Oh, so these are a bunch of fear-mongering bitches. Very curious.
There is real fear.
Was that an intention?
We want them to feel vulnerable, which they are. We can't use the pagers again because we already did that. We've already moved on to the next thing. And they'll have to keep on trying to guess what the next thing is.
A Lebanese journalist on Iran's waning influence.
Iran.
Very curious. All right, here, let's watch. What does a blood squib look like? Oh, look, you can make a little flesh slit. Nice.
We are going to be
All right,
looking
let's hear about these Chinese aliens. Oh no, dude. These freaking Chinese immigrants and more Chinese aliens are coming over. Oh my goodness, right? Joking. Joke.
at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. So we definitely have quite a few things to talk about in today's video. For example, there's been another stepping stone to the whole alien UFO
Guess what? I got booched today, boys.
agenda. We usually hear, why is it always in the United States? But apparently another country has joined the fray when it comes to UFOs. There's some interesting information that's come out about the whole Charlie Kirk shooting and the suspect, and it's really making me wonder, are they planning to end the suspect's life in jail? But before we get into any of that, I want to go ahead and talk about this news story right here, because about a year ago I made a video on this channel where I said,
okay, wait 1 second. I'm gonna try and grab Winky because I've been trying to desensitize her to getting held. So I'm able to like walk with her a little bit. So I'm going to try and bring her over here and show you guys Winky because you never really get to see her because she doesn't like being held. So hold on 1 sec. I'm going to try and snatch her. Stand by. Just so perfect. She's so cute and so freaking perfect. It's okay. Okay. She hooked me in the nose. But at least you got to see her for a second, right? Uh-oh. Hopefully she didn't make me have blood. We'll see.
are they purposely making people sick on planes? Because there were a lot of news stories coming out where people were throwing up, they were having diarrhea, they couldn't control their bowel movements on planes, and people were really getting sick. Now, the article is going to make it seem like this is something that the attendants and pilots were breathing in for years, and this is damage that accumulated over time. But I'm also going to read something that's pretty interesting. But reading this article from the New York Post, which was published yesterday, scores of pilots and flight attendants have suffered brain and nerve damage akin to battered NFL players after breathing toxic fumes leaking into airplane cockpits and cabins, according to an investigation. Since 2010, airlines have filed thousands of reports with the FAA warning toxic fumes are seeping into cockpits and cabins. The leaks come from a system that draws in engine air and pushes it through the plane unfiltered. So again, something's going through the plane. Now they go on to say that cases
think we're good, boys.
Have been surging in recent years, and mainly with the
I just bonked my knee though.
widely used A320 jets. But here's the thing, and like I said, they're trying to make it seem like something that has been building up over time. But on this one JetBlue flight, an attendant said she was left with traumatic brain injury and permanent nerve damage after breathing contaminated air on a flight to Puerto Rico. She recalled feeling drugged in midair, then watched a fellow crew member collapse and vomit before both were rushed to a hospital after.
Dude, she used nails. She got me, but I think her nails are they're little daggers right now because she literally doesn't let me cut them. I haven't figured out a way to cut her nails, so I just give her scratchy posts and stuff. But I thought for a second she pierced my freaking nose. It's okay, worth it.
Landing. So this attendant cute. And another attendant, they were on this one flight and they passed out, and afterwards
She is usually playful. I'm just trying to desensitize her to being held. She's definitely gotten way better. I had to walk with her like 15 feet. She usually holds up pretty good for like 5 feet. Worth it for trying.
Vomit. And again, this goes back to a lot of these other articles where people were feeling fine inside the airport. They were feeling fine.
No, the second I put her down, she literally walks right back up to me. It doesn't scare her or anything. She just doesn't like it. I literally think that she has no short-term memory, because Squeaks abuses the fuck out of her, and then 2 seconds later, she's over there like trying to get her ear licked. But the moment I put her down, she was already rubbing on my leg. She doesn't care. She's very quick to forget. But she still remembers while she's being held that she hates being held, you know. But she doesn't get like mad at me, or it doesn't make her like revert or anything.
Wherever they were vacationing, but when they had gone inside the plane and shortly after it had taken off, then they started to vomit, they started to have diarrhea everywhere. So this is something that's being put into planes. Some people can handle it and some people cannot. But at the end of the day, all these people are still breathing whatever this is in. And perhaps this might even explain people going crazy on these planes, losing their minds, saying they see something.
Dude,
it might be causing some kind.
Okay, hear me out. What if these people... Okay, so if planes aren't flying on jet fuel, right? And they're flying with etheric tech, these turbines are creating vortices around these planes that are riding the ether lines, right? So what if that thins the veil? It thins the veil and some of these people be seeing reptilians from the other side. What if they're not crazy? They just don't know, they just haven't experienced this yet. But planes be opening portals.
Kind of psychosis. Or if these people are indeed jabbed, which was one of my other theories, whatever they're breathing in might be conflicting with their jab. Because think about this, the year with the most flyers was 2019 when people flew the most. But in 2021, 2022, 2023 saw the highest numbers of passengers acting unruly. Double the number of passengers than in 2019 to triple. That was one of the biggest theories when it came to a lot of these bizarre passenger incidents, that it had to do something with the jab, and this is kind of making sense. So this definitely reinforces a video I made about a year ago where I said they're spraying something inside these planes. And I'm not buying the fact that it's just only impacting the pilots and the attendants. No, we were getting stories, again, back to back, where we were hearing that people who were fine, who had gotten on these planes...
I love him putting Bill Gates up here.
...instantly became sick midair. These news articles sometimes give us two truths and a lie. Or I'm probably being even generous there. Two lies and a truth. Make no mistake about it, there is a lot currently going on in the news. Now, we don't know what's real, what's fake, what is real, but these social media platforms are upscaling the videos to make them look fake. Yeah. But whether you like it or not, the alien UFO agenda is not slowing down. Now, in my last video, I had spoken about how the United States Congress had shown a video of the United States military firing a missile.
Oh my goodness.
At an orb, and this orb completely dismissed this missile. Wild and crazy stuff, especially if you believe it. But come to find out, as coincidence,
especially if you believe it,
may have it, about a week after this video, on September 12th, China had a very similar incident. Multiple news outlets are talking about this, like the Economic Times, but I'm reading this article from the Daily Jagran. This article is titled, China's UFO Mystery, Residents Report Explosions, Flash, and Falling Object over Shandong, watch viral video. And this is the video that was captured.
Shandong, bro! What the fuck?
So what they're doing, like they do over here in the United States, the Chinese authorities are being very coy about what happened, because some believe that it also may be an asteroid being intercepted, but the authorities are saying they received no reports or news of any meteorite or asteroid being intercepted. You also have some others saying it's too slow to be a meteorite. So now you have the locals where this took place saying that it's a UFO being shot, citing the bright light and its mysterious disappearance. Some also said that they saw these mysterious lights before this even happened. I just find it so interesting, the timing of this, that this is coming only days after the United States releases video footage of them firing upon an orb. And now we have China releasing...
It's almost like a new world global order, dude. Kind of like that.
Video footage.
Yeah, they're doing Blue Beam. This is what Paul's overseeing. This is why we haven't seen Paul in about 5 years.
Of something being shot at. I guarantee you, over time, we're going to hear that more and more countries are firing upon objects in the skies. And this is coming just right before this whole 3-Eye Atlas stuff. And apparently, from what I heard anyway, the social media over in China is ablaze with people talking about how the government fired a missile at a U.S.
Why does all this crazy shit pop off in China first? I don't know. I mean, they probably test it. I think honestly they just spread it all out because they also have crazy UFO shit happening in South America all the time. They just spread it all out because it's literally global at this point. The New World Order is so real, bro. It's already set up. It was set up when George H.W. Bush was in office, I'm convinced.
UFO. You can see the news here over in the United States with headlines of UFO mystery, China shot down a UFO over China, and so forth. So they are...
Yeah, Blue Beam has been beginning, right? Honestly, I'm excited to see the projector in the sky. I think it's going to look cool. But it's also going to be goofy, I think. I bet that they literally have a clip go offline and it'll pop up and say media offline. Or they'll use a morph cut in it. Dumb AI. They don't even have any animators. These idiots. The Nazis have no animators. They just steal shit with their AI. They gotta get better editors and stuff.
Really hyping this up, like I said in my previous...
Like, even if that Trump thing, when his hands go freaky, is a morph cut from Premiere, even if it was that, why are they morph cutting his shit? Why are they doing that?
Previous video, ever since 2023, there has been a slow burn, steadily increasing whether you wanted it or not. Talks, photos, videos, whistleblower accounts from the government when it comes to UFOs and aliens, because this is a stepping stone to a much bigger event. And now on top of everything else, interesting timing again, we have NASA coming out and saying that they may have proof that there may have been ancient life on Mars. And I guarantee you anything, I bet my last Cinnamon Toast Crunch that they're going to come out and say that some type of hostile alien race from some other planet destroyed life on Mars and is coming to Earth. They're coming back to Earth. Yeah. And the timing of this just really exposes them. I can see if they spaced it out like they released...
Dude, I swear, I'm serious. I think they have to start escalating all this stuff really fast now, right? They've got to do like, and dude, it's got to be bigger than 9/11. We're all like up in arms, right? A lot of people are being like, what the fuck? They just fake assassinated Charlie Kirk in front of everyone. I'm starting to be a Blue Beam believer. I'm a Blue believer so hard right now. I think they're gonna do it, and it's gonna be fucking hilarious. And what if it is this November or October with this stupid thing? It's literally like Don't Look Up, bro. They're covering the skies. We can't see this thing. Oh man, this is so fun. Dude, if we get a November fucking Blue Beam, Operation Blue Beam, that'll make my life. Oh my god.
Mind-blowing information 10 years.
I'm a blue believer.
Ago, when the government was calling all this swamp gas, weather balloons, crazy kooky conspiracy theories, and then 5 years later they released something mind-blowing. But it seems like
sorry guys, excuse me.
Like almost every month in a short period of time, in a span of 2 to 3 years.
I'm sorry guys, that's not me. It's the booch. It's not me. It takes over my body.
They are just constantly flooding us with new information about aliens and UFOs.
What the fuck are you talking about, Sherlock? Corey, we need to see the Panama potato alien being born in Jello. Bro, potato. Let's talk about potatoes again. Has anyone thought of a bad potato yet? Panama potato alien? Ich bin ein Blue Lieber.
I mean, think of what we just received in a span of 2 weeks. The United States firing upon an orb. China possibly firing upon an orb. And again, on top of all of this, NASA talking about ancient life on Mars. It's just so obvious. Some may ask the question, well, why would China join the United States in faking an alien invasion? But all these countries we think are
because they're all together,
enemies or rivals on TV anyway, are all in the World Economic Forum giving very similar speeches.
Exactly, dude. Exactly, bro. Minutes of Horror gets it. Minutes of Horror is the only true journalist besides Becca Day.
If you watch their speeches, they all sound the same, but they sound...
Yesterday we were talking about how potatoes are the greatest, and literally every kind of potato is the best kind of potato. Like smashed potatoes, French fries, curly fries, fucking hash browns, American fries, baked potato. I mean, there's not a bad potato. And I challenged everyone to think of a shitty type of potato, like a kind of potato that sucks. Chips. Oh my god. Every type of potato rules, right? They're the best. Tater tots. Jesus Christ. Tater tots are unfuckwithable. The only bad tater is a dictator. Oh, potato rounds. Yeah, and that's not to say that there are superior potatoes, but I say that the baseline of potato is above any type of potato is better than most other vegetables. I'd say it's like, you know, it's already superior to everything. And then there are, for sure, variations within the potato community. But the baseline is like 80%. So it's still fire. Tater tots are second string for you? That's fine. Crinkle fries are like probably the low tier for me too, but still I'll take a crinkle fry any day, right? I still fucks with them. Sweet potatoes fuck too. But normal potatoes in any way, shape, or fashion. I'm going to open a restaurant that literally is just potato appetite, like sides. You pick 20. You can pick your 20 favorite types of potatoes. Dude, that restaurant would go crazy. I swear to God. Right? Yeah, frites. Like Belgian frites too, where they like triple fry them. Fuck yeah, dude. Curly fries. Yeah, let's talk about potatoes again. Let's relive yesterday. Yo, wedges, mojos. Some people call them JoJo's, I think. The Smosh series Spud Hut. No, what do they talk about? Potatoes? Ooh, we should do Spud Dad. There's that one guy who literally just cuts up a cucumber and makes a different like dish every TikTok. I'll do that with potatoes. I wish.
Different when they appear on TV to the public. They all have that goal for that 2030 agenda. China is in the United Nations along with the United States. And what is the 2030 agenda called? The United Nations 2030 agenda, also in partnership with the World Economic Forum. But in other news, in Charlie Kirk shooting related news, are we going to hear that the supposed shooter, a lot of people believe that the supposed shooter might be a patsy or a fall guy, are we going to hear pretty soon that he ended himself? Like, it really seems like these news articles are hinting at this. I'm reading this article from The Sun, which is titled, Jail Watch, Charlie Kirk Assassin Tyler Robinson under quote-unquote special watch after telling dad he'd rather die than hand himself in. Officials reportedly check on him every 15 minutes, with cameras providing continuous surveillance in the unit. And where have we heard of something like this before? We'll probably hear that he took himself out while the guards fell asleep, and on top of that, the cameras broke. And any cameras that were surveilling the unit, well, there'll be a very suspicious minute missing that they'll say is normal. But
dude, poutine, yeah, that's the best thing Canada's ever done, is poutine. Oh, man. cheese curds on French fries with gravy. Get the fuck out of here. Amazing. No notes. Because I'm a Wisconsin boy, so cheese curds are my shit. Bro, you guys ever had a Culver's? You ever had cheese curds from a Culver's? Get out of here. Culver's rules.
Anyway, continue to read the article. It says, Utah County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Sergeant Raymond Orman said Robinson is under evaluation by mental health professionals to determine whether or not he would take himself out. Officials reportedly check on him every 15 minutes, with cameras providing continuous surveillance in the unit. It remains unclear whether Robinson has made any self-harm threats since his arrest. But apparently, his dad wants to make it known that his son is willing to end himself. The article continues to say, but his dad, Matt Robinson, allegedly told authorities that his...
Dude, this kid looks... He looks like an MK Ultra kid, right?
son said he'd rather end...
Dude, Culver's curds, fuck the world. Get out of here. Family order for yourself, not sharing. That is what you use ranch on. Oh, brother. Because we were discussing ranch yesterday and how it's like... It's definitely it's F tier for chicken tenders in my book. But for cheese curds, A tier, or S tier.
Himself, then turn himself...
Culver's ranch kind of fucks too.
In New York Post reported. If that isn't suspicious, so that's already setting the stage. But here's where things get even more suspicious. Like with all these suspicious cases, especially in this...
Ross, can you like upload them to Instagram or TikTok or something and tag me in them or something?
Case, because this individual, he's not talking whatsoever.
What do you mean, like the file size is too big? Discord won't let you upload it?
Or cooperating with...
Oh, and Culver's root beer, dude? Get the fuck out of here. Culver's is amazing. Brooklyn needs a Culver's.
Investigators, FBI, and so forth. I mean, he even said that he would end himself before he turns himself in.
Yeah, so why'd you turn him in? Bad dad.
But apparently, again, like with all these cases, FBI just happens to find a note left by Tyler Robinson where he admits to his guilt, even though he's not talking or cooperating. Again, it just seems like we're being played with. But anyway, reading this article from Newsweek, it's titled, Tyler Robinson left note vowing to take out Charlie Kirk, and this is from the FBI. But listen to this and tell me, does this make any sense whatsoever? The article continues to say that FBI Director Kash Patel said Tyler Robinson, the person that supposedly ended Charlie Kirk, wrote a note stating his intention to take out the influential conservative activist. But get this, Patel's...
Bro, come on. These guys are such corn dogs, right? This is goofball shit.
Speaking to Fox and Friends on Monday,
who fucking writes notes anymore?
Said the FBI had forensic evidence of the note, but that it had since been destroyed. What? I said, what? Summarizing the note, Patel, he that Robinson wrote, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Supposedly, this was said on the note that was destroyed. Patel was quoted as saying it was kept in the home of the suspect and his alleged transgendered partner, adding that investigators confirmed what the note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI. From what I'm understanding anyway, if a notepad or a notebook was used, if the very first page was destroyed, then the indent of the writing on the next page is what they analyzed. That's what I'm understanding anyway. But it's just suspicious how in every one of these high-profile cases that are very suspect, all of these individuals have either a manifesto or something written down that they did it. Going back to the case of Luigi Mangione, where he swore up and down he didn't do it, he was seen on camera saying he was basically being framed, and yet supposedly at the McDonald's where he was arrested, he had the manifesto where he admitted to everything sitting right next to him. Then on top of everything else, this weird interview came out where it seemed like he was being shut up by multiple guys, but it also sounds like there's a voiceover. It's very weird.
Probably the third. Okay. I was standing from probably the third row in the bottom. I saw hit. I heard the shot ring out. I looked to my left, and then I looked over to my right. I saw him slump over in his chair forward. He slumped over. He had blood coming from the left side of his neck down his shirt, and he slumped over and he was carried off. Get off me! Get off me!
Emotions are running high right now.
But at the end of the day, no matter what, it's still...
What the literal fuck was that?
Left, and then I looked over to my right. I saw him slump over in his chair forward. He slumped over. He had blood coming from the left side of his neck down his shirt, and he slumped over and he was carried off. Get off me! Get off me!
Emotions are running high right now.
What the fuck?
But at the end of the day, no matter what, it's still very obvious what's playing out here and what wheels are in motion, because, you know, when it comes to the left, we're seeing more and more videos from people. We can see the tensions rising between people who are both on the left and the right. And again, the keyword civil war is still trending heavily on social media. And again, it's not going to be like what we saw in the 1800s where armies on both sides are meeting in the battlefield. It'll just be people targeting multiple locations in the name of whatever politics they follow until something like martial law has to be fully implemented. But let us go ahead and see what others are talking about. This next video comes from Fifth and West, and this is something I have been talking about when it comes to MK Ultra. I said that Project MK Ultra itself may have stopped, but it only stopped because something far more advanced had taken its place. We're talking about things like MK Search, MK Often, but even those are very old and no longer being used compared to what's being used today on the mass public. And social media might be one of those programs.
All the conspiracy videos out there and none make any sense. Or sure, it's been solid with the rooftop terrorists, unless I seen a bullet captured in photo or video like Butler. But I came across this one that shows the bullet in motion with sound, and dang, is there a staircase shooter? Wait, what?
I needed another angle just to see if this was... Keep your eye on this space here where the red circle is as the next clip plays. To me, I first seen this and thought straight away, holy shit, that is the bullet. It matches the exit wound. It also matches the shirt puffing up and the angle of the entry and exit. I needed another angle just to see if this was actually fact, trying to get as much info as I could before I posted anything. And in that video, you can see the same, what appears to be the bullet coming down, and it does line up with the actual gunshot itself.
We're not counting gang violence. Great.
That could also be a reflection, but...
Again, I needed another angle. I found this video, and this one's a little bit harder to see, but you can see something go down into the back right-hand side of Charlie. So from this, looking at Google Earth and drawing a line from where I...
Look at this fucking... this loosh energy harvesting stage.
Believe the shooter was. His tent being set up in the middle of that triangle area would appear that the shooter was up here somewhere. That's the angle that the bullet was coming down from. It all makes sense to me. Pretty crazy. I think if we pan around and look at where the media and where everyone else is saying that the bullet come from and giving scenarios on ricochets and different bullets and bits and pieces, it doesn't make sense for it to come from the rooftop over here. It doesn't line up with what appears to be the bullet anyway. However, when we come and look from this point of view, I'll just swing this around so we can get a better idea of what's around here. You can see there's rooftop access there but there's also a staircase
Yo, is this Google Earth? Mine never lets me zoom in this nice.
down in the little alley there, in that little nook. So it's, to me, it's pretty obvious that the shooter was most likely here somewhere. Somewhere on those stairs would be my tip, and if the FBI aren't looking there, I don't know why.
Because they're in on it. The Spud Hut? Dude, I do be liking Smosh clips.
All right, I would like to bring the manager to the stage, please. To the stand.
Hi, I'm the manager.
Hello, Mr. Manager.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Oh my God. Of course. Would you please be able to just say your full name so that everyone in the court knows who you are?
Yep, Jerry Spruce.
Mr. Spruce.
Yep.
Spruce. And Mr. Spruce, what exactly is your position? What are you the manager of?
I'm the manager at the Spud Hut.
Very nice.
We got plenty of potatoes down at the Spud Hut. We got barbecue chicken, buffalo chicken, Mediterranean. That one's got feta and sun-dried tomatoes.
Yes, yes.
We've got a Cobb Spud. It's got
on,
blue
right?
cheese and bacon.
Right.
And ranch. We got a Sicilian one. That one's got pepperoni.
Mr. Spruce,
Bro, actually, no. I thought of the one bad potato, and guess what? It's in... Oh, no. I think Winky got me on here. Yep, definitely. It's that baked potato in fucking the UK. Where they put fucking tuna and beans on it, bro. Hot beans and cold tuna.
Whereabouts in America are you from?
California.
Right, this is the perfect opportunity because everyone's like, get a real American, like someone from California. So
I realize it gets right here.
I didn't know there was fake Americans. Right, cheese, bit of brie cheese.
Florida.
Where's my ladle gone? Here.
He doesn't.
It's alright.
He's drunk.
Oh,
Hot beans.
Right, tuna, yeah?
Cold tuna.
Have you never had this before then, no?
I mean,
this is insane.
I made my own with just like beans and cheese.
Do you want a bit of tram sauce on it as well?
Crazy.
Yeah.
And then he
Tram
puts
sauce is really good. I had it on
this
my
shit on it.
Oh, this is the taste test of the 2025. And then there you go. There's three spoons. But it has to be the American that we need to. I'm sorry, we sold out. That was shut now. The last place has gone out.
Dude.
No?
Yeah.
No, we took them off ages ago.
Brits
I'm
do
really
is talk
sorry.
about beans.
Yeah. Sorry, lovey.
They're obsessed.
Right. No, make sure you get enough tuna on that. You got to get like pile it up. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
That's it. That's it. Oh yes.
Bro. Oh god.
Right.
Why is it dangling?
Uh-oh.
Okay. I see the hype.
Yeah?
Yeah. I do like tuna.
Yeah?
I feel like a lot of Americans don't like tuna, but my mom makes me tuna sandwiches.
Okay. So do you think that goes with potato? Yeah?
Like pineapple goes on pizza, tuna goes on a spud.
Yes, come on! America, we're on to our winner.
No.
Whereabouts in America are you from?
California.
Right, this is the perfect opportunity because everyone's like,
Dude, tuna. Tuna and beans. The worst part about beans in the UK too is they're tasteless. It's not like they're fucking like barbecue beans. You know what I mean? They're not like. They're flavorless. It's all they eat. Beans on toast. And that. Beanies on eggies. Beanies on jammies. Tuna. Dude, starved entire continents to have the worst food culture. Exactly, bro. They're crazy. Their most popular flavor of chips is prawn. Bro, they're fucking fucked in the head sideways. I don't know what is wrong with them.
Don't mean to cut you off.
Dude, I would try the tuna and beans shit just to fucking be like, yeah, this is disgusting. Gross. Dude, I'll try a lot of weird shit. I'll definitely try it. But I know it's gross. Especially because you know that the tuna that they make, too, is awful. It's probably mostly mayonnaise. Ugh.
You know Alfredi's
But you know we did. we have catered from you before already, so we already are aware of that.
And the chicken and the sauce.
Okay,
Cheese
all right.
sprinkled on top.
Actually, I'm good with the witness. Thank you.
People don't really like the people don't really like the vegan ones though, because they don't really.
You will be removed from the courtroom if you do not stop talking about
Don't sit right. Well, it's the vegan toppings that they don't like.
I know that on this
Can't go wrong with the all-American spud.
Do we have a bailiff?
It's got chili.
Do we have a bailiff? We must remove this witness from the courtroom. Mr. Hunter, we need a bailiff to remove this witness from the courtroom.
Honestly, the spud hunt was the best thing that ever happened to me and my wife.
Please, bailiff, please remove this man from the
That's
courtroom.
what and I'll tell you, we eat so many spuds.
Why are you so hot?
It's because of the potatoes. We cook them at 450 degrees.
Please, Your Honor, I want to talk to him about the spud hut. Please, Your Honor, please. That's not the order. That's not the
Comment
issue
down
at
below
hand.
your favorite order from the Spud Hut. What's your order from the Spud Hut?
Your Honor, please let me cross-examine the witness. If you insist.
I'm putting a timer on this shit.
We have brought him back in the courtroom. If he does not stay to the topic at hand, he will be removed once again.
Your Honor, okay, Mr. Spud Hut, I want, okay, really quickly, just say really quickly for me. Did this person lead you astray in the cult?
In the what?
Did this person lead you astray in the cult?
Well, when he worked for me, he was a very good employee.
Ooh. But did he lead you astray in any way? Did he lie to you with a resume? Did you believe him?
Well, it said he owned the Spud Hut, which I thought was weird because I own the Spud Hut.
So he did in fact lie.
Oh, I guess that is what that is. Yeah,
Okay.
that makes more sense.
For the remainder of my time, I would like to say me, Mrs. Bottlehead, I love the Spud Hut.
What's your order?
I
Korean
love-
fried chicken spud?
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yes.
Order in this courtroom,
Got kimchi on it.
No more talk of spud before I throw up. Now it is time for the closing statements. There was a lot of objections.
Spud Hut. All right, let's finish.
It's being used.
MK Ultra created TikTok. Hear me out.
That's what
This
I'm
is my
saying,
theory.
bro.
MK Ultra, as a small background, back in the 70s.
It would explain why they're so annoying to us.
Was an actual thing. It was a program.
Mr. Bunny, you could never derail with potatoes. Potatoes are the greatest thing ever.
Where they took the most intelligent kids out of prestigious colleges and put them through this program to basically brainwash them. It was a form of mind control that they were trying to put on these intellectual, like, adolescents to see how much they could control these people, how much they could.
Yeah, dude, and I fuck with tuna. I'll fuck with a good tuna salad sandwich too. So it's not even that just that I'm like, ew, tuna salad. I like tuna salad. But, bro, British people ruin all food. Honestly, dude.
They could actually use mind control. It's very interesting that on this platform, they push trending things. Make sure you say these words when you're trending. Make sure you do this. Make sure you say this specific sentence in this specific way. Make sure you use this sound in this specific way. And I believe, what I think will happen is they are slowly without us realizing it, making all these users, all of these creators, use these specific keywords to like unlock something in their brain so that then they can be controlled by the government. Actually, kind of so serious. Because if you're on this creator program or whatever that I've recently been on, it goes into insane stuff. It'll say, make sure you say like, whose kid is this? And point to something like on your left. When you realize how meticulously
Wait, what? What is she talking about?
curated your For You pages and your algorithm is, oh, this isn't just random that all of these other people on my For You page have the exact same comedy as me. Because when you look back, I challenge you to look back at your old likes, like scroll back like 2 years and look back at the things that you liked. And then you can see a pattern of everything that you liked at that point and how much it has changed in the years. And it starts off with a specific trend and it just keeps going. So I truly believe that there is some sort of form of mind control going on here where everyone is going to eventually be of the same consciousness, and they will eventually be able to unlock something in your brain if you're not paying attention to it that could really mess with your brain chemistry.
Yeah, wake up.
I don't know if I'm right, but if I am and I disappear one day, I didn't do that. It wasn't me. Someone did it to me. Also, this was just a joke. So
yeah,
but the thing is, it's not just TikTok. Almost all these social media platforms, especially YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and so forth, all have short reels, shorts, all to get your attention in a short period of time, filling you up with keywords, filling your minds with thoughts, and so forth. But yeah, TikTok is one of the biggest offenders. Unfortunately, we have to use these social media platforms to communicate with others because people do not gather up and talk about things like they used to anyway, or most people anyway. And social media is the best way to reach out to people.
Exactly.
But yeah, on the flip side, I wouldn't doubt one bit that a lot of these platforms are just replacements for MK Ultra.
What is a government cover-up that genuinely scares you? Project Sunshine was started in 1953, and it was created to study the effects of nuclear fallout on the human body. In particular, they were trying to research the radioactive isotope strontium-90, which I probably said that wrong. But this was thought to have the most serious ill effects on the human body, and scientists wanted to study it more. They decided that the best way to study the effects was to study on human bodies, like people who had passed on their bodies. But in particular, they wanted younger children because their bones were more porous and able to take more of this stuff in, from what I understand. But on January 18th of 1955, Dr. Willard Libby said that there was insufficient data because they were not able to get the bodies that they needed. In fact, he was even quoted saying that there was insufficient data and that he didn't know how to get his hands on these bodies. So he said, if anyone knows how to do a good job of body snatching, they will be serving their country. This would lead to over 1,500 samples to be gathered. Only 500 of them were used, but it would later come out that they had got these bodies in some seriously messed up ways. Many of these young bodies were taken from families in Europe and Australia and the United States without their parents' consent. One British mother came forward and said that she had lost her baby during childbirth, and doctors told her that she could not dress her own baby because it turns out that they had removed this baby's legs and shipped them over to the United States to be studied. So she was not able to dress her baby so that she wouldn't find out what they had done. By 1958, the study was brought to Belgium, and this is where they started studying the effects of nuclear fallout in the soil and how the soil would produce plants that cows would then eat and then we would consume, like the meat and the milk that came from this cattle. But regardless, these children were taken from these families without their consent, and this was a huge government cover-up for a long time. So what are your thoughts on this? Let me know down in the comments.
That great video came from Amanda Thomas, and again, it just goes to show what was done in the past. They really have not stopped. They just continued under new projects. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Yeehaw! Oh man, Minutes of Horror did same team, Charlie Kirk. What does FF mean? Archaic truths. Boys, it's freaking 8:20. Do you know where your gosh dang kids are? They are at the Cosmic Ripple. Holy guacamole, buddies, look at this. Skitter sent me the pictures of this, and I was like, God damn, boys. Large organized charging plate with amethyst, selenite, rhodonite, euperlite. Ooh, dude, moonstone, energy grid, crystal charging, meditation. Holy guacamole, boys. Hand is not included. Take a look at. Oh, dude, wow. Euperlite, a rare stone found along the shores of Michigan Great Lakes. That's where Lake Michigan, you know where that's where I grew up. Type of cyanite rock infused with fluorescent sodalite, which glows like fiery embers under UV black light. Dude. This one's banging, right? Ooh! Looks like a big boy, too. And you know what? There's a little frickin' another one that kind of goes with it. It's called a Euperlite mini organite pyramid, boys. It glows under black light. It's strawberry quartz. Ooh, that's pretty, dude. That's cute as fuck. Rhodonite and clear quartz. Emotional healing and fiery light, boys. Okay. Take a look at this. Oh, nice zoom in. Nice pushing. Euperlite is the oh, we already read that. Hand not included. All right, boys. Thank you for your support. Wow. We got to do our toilet paper, you know. If Charlie Kirk's wife's going to be doing Toilet Paper USA ads, we're going to be running fucking Cosmic Ripple ads. All right, boys. Thanks for your support. Beep. Beep. There's 69 people in here. Nice. Nice, boys. Dude, I kind of wanted to watch a little something about the Habsburgs, should we?
To the Americas and the Philippines. Their staggering wealth estimated at today's equivalent of Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today we're delving into the fascinating rise and hidden scandals of the Habsburg family, once Europe's most formidable royal dynasty. Emerging from the Alpine regions of 11th century Switzerland, the Habsburgs grew.
Bro, isn't it always Switzerland, right?
Grew to command territory stretching from Austria to Spain and even across oceans to the Americas and the Philippines. Their staggering wealth, estimated at today's equivalent of $500 billion, was bolstered not by constant warfare, but by strategic marriage diplomacy. Yet behind the glittering crowns lay dark whispers of inbreeding scandals, rumored curses, and fierce internal rivalries. What fueled their colossal power, and why did their line eventually fade out?
This is Paul. Paul's grandpa.
Out in 1918. Let's uncover the secrets of this legendary dynasty. It all started with the royal family's determination to fuse their realms into one colossal empire.
The Fall of Paul bundle.
A grand plan that seemed downright irresistible to the Habsburgs of Europe. Their strategy for keeping power in the family was straightforward. Marry within the dynasty, link the same bloodlines, and ensure that territory and influence never strayed from Habsburg hands. This approach, as documented by numerous historians and highlighted in articles by National Geographic, might have worked on paper, but in practice, those
Bro, Baron Trump, this is Paul.
Perpetual
the wig, the beehive wig, also not helping.
Intermarriages triggered a severe genetic fallout. One of the most distinctive markers was the notorious Habsburg jaw, a form of prognathism
The Paul Weisopel jaw.
that gave rulers like Charles V and Philip IV of Spain a jutted chin and an underbite so pronounced that it became a symbol of dynastic identity. Yet the ramifications of this inbreeding went far deeper than a protruding jawline. Problems with fertility, mental development, and general health plagued generations of the family. By the time Charles II...
Honestly, the mental development, I think with the inbreeding came the lack of empathy. You think that's possible?
of Spain passed away in 1700, so incapacitated that some courtiers doubted he could function as a true monarch. The Spanish Habsburg line was on the verge of collapse. Throughout these centuries, family physicians and court officials tried to keep the worst details hidden from the public, creating a massive cover-up that continued behind palace walls. Records about diagnoses...
Oh, a bunch of children and no records. Very curious.
And the severity of these hereditary disorders were either hushed up or minimized.
Yeah, hiding bloodlines, hiding how weird they are.
Ensuring that Europe wouldn't question the viability of this once dominant house. In looking back at the Habsburgs' obsession with dynastic consolidation, it's tempting to see a straightforward narrative. Royals who craved power above all else, marrying cousins to maintain a grip on the thrones of Austria, Spain, and beyond. But the historical reality is more complex. The Habsburg family branched across multiple territories, and political alliances often demanded that a Spanish Habsburg wed an Austrian Habsburg, or that a cousin from one branch tie the knot with a second cousin from another. These unions...
And you think this shit isn't fucking global at this point?
...served a greater objective, holding on to vast lands that stretched from the Iberian Peninsula to the fringes of the Holy Roman Empire. According to genealogical studies referenced on Wikipedia and elaborated upon by genetic researchers in modern academic blogs, the inbreeding coefficient in certain Habsburg marriages reached alarming levels, surpassing what one might find even in many isolated communities today. While such unions cemented their political power for centuries, they also sowed the seeds for the genetic frailties that ravaged the family in the long run. The Habsburg jaw is the most visible sign of this unraveling. Formerly known as mandibular prognathism, it led to an elongated lower face, misaligned teeth, and speech difficulties. Royal portraits, many of which can still be viewed in European museums, offer a visual record of how this feature became more prominent with each generation. Scholars who study these portraits, along with modern attempts to reconstruct the Habsburg family tree, have discovered a direct correlation between repeated cousin marriages.
Boys, we are literally reconstructing the Habsburg family tree currently. Who else needs to go on here? Right? Right, dude? Paul is fucked, dude. Look at these horse-faced demons. That's Paul right there. Look at them. That's Paul, dude. Where else would Paul get that long face besides from a fucking horse? Bro, especially the Annunciation shooter, right? Wait, Archduke Franz Ferdinand was heir to the Habsburg throne? And then Habsburg family went on a warpath to maintain their legacy? Huh. They're at the center of everything, aren't they? They're a bunch of cucks. Look at them, dude. I can see them. They're ugly. They're ugly. Yeah, they're ugly.
And the severity of craniofacial deformities. The phenomenon was hardly limited to aesthetic.
Bro, World War I was all about the Habsburgs? I didn't even know that. Oh, shit.
Considerations. A severe underbite, an elongated jaw could cause chewing issues and breathing difficulties, setting the stage for a range of secondary health problems. Court physicians
Wait, and they supposedly used witchcraft?
recognized that something was amiss but were under tremendous pressure to downplay any suggestion that the chosen family could be flawed. After all, the Habsburg mythos was grounded in divine right.
You like the
with
Rocky
monarchy
face?
Positioning itself as ordained by God to rule. Admitting that inbreeding had created a medical crisis would undermine that entire narrative. National Geographic, in various articles and TV specials, has emphasized that Charles II of Spain stood as a tragic exemplar of how dire the consequences of inbreeding could become. By the time he ascended the Spanish throne in 1665, Charles was beset by a multitude of physical and cognitive impairments. According to the accounts of ambassadors and courtiers cited in both primary source letters and modern secondary analyses, Charles II struggled with everyday tasks. He experienced difficulty speaking
Paul has problems with this too.
clearly, had a limited grasp of statecraft, and may have suffered from neurological problems that left him dependent on advisors, many of whom jockeyed ruthlessly for influence in the shadows. Some contemporary letters reference how Charles II's body was so weak that he could barely eat without assistance, let alone father an heir. Indeed, the question of fertility loomed large. For a dynasty reliant on producing the next king, failing to conceive a child was a catastrophe. Charles married twice, yet no offspring survived. Some historians argue he was effectively sterile from birth, a result of the centuries of compressed DNA from repeated intermarriages.
John Lithgow. Get him.
Court physicians bore witness to these ailments, but operated under immense political pressure to keep them hidden. They crafted official statements describing the king as recovering from a slight indisposition whenever he suffered a near debilitating episode. Meanwhile, behind locked doors, they grappled with a patient so compromised that they doubted he'd live to see his 30s.
Is spooning as in laying down in an intimate way? Yeah, we gotta get that, dude. We should all learn about World War II or World War I if we don't know. It resulted in the world blaming Germany for everything, and that led to the rise of the Third Reich. Habsburgs. It's Habsburgs all the way down, boys. They're at the bottom of the well.
An era before advanced genetic...
Paul is an ugly-ass Habsburg. Look. Totally. 100%. Look at that horse face.
testing, doctors could make only educated guesses about the root causes. Even so, based on diaries and medical notes that have come to light, some found in Spanish archives, others in private collections, it's evident that the Habsburg monarchy tried to shield the extent of Charles's condition from foreign courts. They feared that if rival powers perceived weakness, they'd exploit it, potentially triggering wars or succession crises. To maintain an illusion of royal vigor, the monarchy even staged elaborate ceremonies, showing Charles performing simple tasks, like swearing in a new official or presiding over a court function, that were carefully choreographed to hide the king's difficulties. This concealment parallels other historical instances where powerful families tried to mask internal genetic or medical issues. Take the modern example of the DuPont family, which has faced allegations, explored by certain investigative blogs, and discussed in mainstream news, of encouraging cousin marriage to preserve wealth and keep corporate control tight. Just as the Habsburgs faced rumors of widespread inbreeding, So too did the DuPonts handle persistent speculation of a hereditary strategy that favored internal unions, thereby protecting their interests. Another comparison might be the Medici family's attempt to disguise illegitimate heirs in Renaissance Florence, weaving them into the recognized lineage to maintain hold over city politics. Each of these families had a powerful brand to uphold: the DuPonts in the chemical industry, the Medicis in papal and banking circles, and the Habsburgs at the pinnacle of European nobility. In all three cases, secrecy was crucial. Public acknowledgement of a dynastic flaw could lead to a collapse of authority or financial confidence. The case of Charles II's death in 1700 became the turning point that ended the Spanish Habsburg line. He passed away without an heir, and the subsequent War of the Spanish Succession erupted, pitting major European powers against each other for control of the Spanish Empire. That conflict, which splintered the continent for years, can be traced directly to the genetic dead end. Historians point out that if Charles had been healthy enough to produce children, the entire political landscape of 18th century Europe might have looked different. Yet the hush-up continued even after his demise. The Spanish court's official bulletins portrayed him as a venerable monarch who died of unspecified causes. Autopsy reports, to the extent they existed, were concealed or destroyed. Some bits and pieces have survived in private letters describing how Charles's body was so ravaged by disease and malformation that the
I love how consistently ugly these painters make this guy.
Embalming process posed extraordinary challenges. And while modern genealogists might see the inbreeding as an obvious culprit, the royal establishment of the day attempted to frame his death as the natural passing of a
They are totally Lannisters.
dedicated king, never admitting that generations of Habsburg intermarriage had effectively doomed their Spanish branch. To dig deeper into the science behind these hereditary issues, modern geneticists have performed retrospective analyses on the Habsburg family tree. One influential study, often cited on Wikipedia and corroborated by articles in reputable news outlets, calculated the inbreeding coefficient for several Habsburg monarchs. Results showed that individuals like Charles II had coefficients that would make most genetic counselors today cringe. The relentless pattern of uncle-niece and cousin-cousin marriages created a closed loop of inherited traits, exacerbating disorders that went far beyond prognathism.
Uncle niece, dude, come on, brother. What the fuck?
Infertility, stillbirth, immune system weaknesses, and possibly learning disabilities all cropped up at a higher rate than the general population. The very strategy meant to consolidate power, tying family branches together so no territory would slip away, became the root cause of a biological meltdown. This meltdown was carefully kept under wraps by doctors on the royal payroll who recognized the risk of scandal. Some of their notes suggest that they used euphemisms to describe what any modern physician would label severe congenital defects. Despite the hush-hush atmosphere, artwork offers a curious window into what was happening. Many Habsburg portraits commissioned by the court come with subtle edits. Painters tried to minimize the appearance of the jaw deformity or at least stylize it.
This is them trying to minimize it, bro? That's cruel. That's fucking hilarious.
In a regal way. There are references in a few artists' diaries mentioning retouches or specific angles designed to make the subject look more harmonious. Scholars scrutinizing these portraits have noted that certain images present the royals in three-quarter view rather than a full profile, thereby hiding the extent of the protruding chin. In some paintings of Charles V or Philip IV, you can see hints of the Habsburg jaw, but it's not as stark as one might expect. By contrast, lesser-known sketches or less formal artworks sometimes reveal a more dramatic prognathism, matching descriptions from eyewitnesses. This is art at
Uncle, brother, dad. Oh, God.
as propaganda, ensuring that the public never fully glimpsed just how severe the genetic traits had become. Philip II of Spain diverted shipments of precious metal arriving from Peru straight into the hands of inquisitorial officials, or so the Spanish archives suggest. Instead of being processed through the usual royal treasury accounts, certain consignments of gold bypassed official record-keeping entirely. Reports from archivists at the Archivo General de Sementes and the Archivo Histórico Nacional indicate that a portion of the bullion simply disappeared, yet reappeared as expanded budgets and newly appointed staff for the Spanish Inquisition. The king, forever styling himself as a champion of the Catholic faith, cloaked these transactions in the language of holy duty, ensuring that few would dare question why such funds never made it to the realm's official coffers. Evidence of these diversions pops up in shipping ledgers from the Viceroyalty of Peru, which included large parts of the Andes and territories in what is now modern-day Peru, Bolivia, and Chile. According to references in academic blogs and even footnotes in a few Google book sources, cargo manifests show more gold leaving ports like Lima or Callao than ever showed up at Seville. Storms and pirate raids might explain some losses, but the gap often aligns suspiciously with periods of increased inquisitorial activity back in Spain. That correlation stands out even more if you track the frequency of autos de fe, those public rituals where people convicted of heresy performed penance or were sentenced to severe punishments. Each major surge in Inquisition trials seemed to coincide with one of these missing chunks of gold. People in 16th century Spain were told this was all about zeal for the Catholic faith. King Philip II, widely lauded for his devotion, cultivated an image of austere piety. Wikipedia points out that he even spent significant time.
Who knew all this strange, disfiguring incest was to ensure correct, easy, controllable demon possession? Yes.
Living within the religious atmosphere of El Escorial, a royal complex, half palace, half monastery. Many believed that funneling funds to the Holy Office of the Inquisition was a moral imperative, an act of righteous guardianship necessary to stamp out any trace of Protestantism, Judaism, or other perceived heresies. In an age fraught with the aftershocks of the Protestant Reformation, the monarchy insisted that every measure, however drastic, was justified to keep Spain spiritually pure. So, any rumors that part of that holy mission might actually be financed by gold stolen from the normal treasury channels barely had room to surface. Still, if you sift through the official ledgers, it's hard to ignore the numbers. Historians have noted that gold from the Andes dwarfed all other imports in certain years, with Spanish blogs on the topic referencing cargo logs that mention 40 or 50 extra chests of bullion per ship, a scale so grand that even small off-the-books diversions could generate tidy sums. Those sums, in turn, could bankroll the Inquisition's bureaucracy, inquisitors, jailers, scribes, spies, and the occasional torturer. When a tribunal decided to put on a large auto da fe, there were logistical details: renting a platform, distributing black robes to the accused, paying local officials to keep order. All that costs money. Royal finances in 16th century Spain were famously convoluted. The monarchy owed huge debts to European banking houses, especially the Fuggers and the Welsers, and had...
The Fuggers? I'm sorry, who? The Fuggers?
To juggle war expenses in the Netherlands, Italy, and the Mediterranean. Official treasury documents known as the Compte du...
Oh, what is this, Milo? Wouldn't it be crazy if the real weapon was built into this and right in front of him the whole time? Yeah, where's the footage from this thing? Just give us this footage. Come on, prove it. Prove it's real.
RIA records list out sums for these major military campaigns. But what's odd is that there's comparatively little mention of direct funding for inquisitorial tribunals, even though the Holy Office's activities never slowed. One plausible explanation is that some of the American gold was handed over right away to inquisitorial agents, never leaving a trace in the monarchy's official ledgers. That arrangement let King Philip II appear free of direct responsibility for inquisitorial finances. If challenged, he might say, "I don't see any line item for that," thereby concealing his role in fueling one of the era's most repressive institutions. The monarchy had every incentive to keep these pipelines hidden. Unlike the more modern era, exemplified by figures such as William Randolph Hearst, whose lavish lifestyle and press manipulations were publicly known and frequently criticized, 16th century rulers operated under a shield of near absolute authority. They had no need to submit budgets to a parliament.
They still don't have to do shit.
Or face investigative journalism. Most Spanish chroniclers of the day were either under royal patronage or deeply wary of crossing the Inquisition themselves. If a writer dared to label the king a thief for channeling gold to inquisitors, that writer could wind up under investigation for heresy or sedition. Consequently, official narratives praised Philip II as a devout monarch, rarely delving into the financial specifics behind inquisitorial expansions. Documents from the period hint at the hush-hush nature of the arrangement. Some letters between colonial officials mention supplementary consignments, designated for ecclesiastical matters. Another letter might instruct an accountant to note certain missing funds as lost at sea or stolen by corsairs. Cross-referencing these notes with the volumes in Spanish archives suggests a pattern of conveniently explained shortfalls. Meanwhile, the Holy Office improved its capacity to track suspects, build secure prison cells, and hold grand autos de fe in major cities like Seville, Toledo, and Valladolid. This synergy strongly supports the theory that the king was funneling stolen gold, or at least gold diverted outside official channels.
Bro, they just keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Remember all the Nazi gold that's probably in the mountains in fucking Glacier National Park?
To keep the Inquisition flush with cash. There's a parallel often drawn to the earlier Capetian Templar purge in France. King Philip IV of France targeted the Knights Templar around 1307, accusing them of heresy, then seizing Templar assets to clear royal debts. Scholars note that, although the Spanish Inquisition under Philip II didn't exactly replicate that scenario, the same principle applies. A religious institution or a religious accusation serves as a front for the monarchy to handle large sums of money, bypass normal legal checks, and silence dissent. The Templar purge was more about confiscation, while Philip II's alleged scheme was about routing colonial gold to a secret destination. But in both cases, religion provided the perfect cover. Comparisons also extend to more modern events. A widely cited parallel is John D. Rockefeller's role in the Ludlow Massacre era, when the Rockefeller-owned Colorado Fuel and Iron Company faced violent clashes with striking miners. Though the context differs, the underlying theme is that powerful figures, Rockefeller, in that instance, maintained a facade of distance or ignorance.
Bro, literally a mutant. Look at that mutant, bro. I can't believe Chunks doesn't like her blanket I gave her.
While privately
Everything's nepotism. Everything's nepotism.
Enabling repressive actions. With Philip II, the facade was religious righteousness. He posed as the devout king, leaving inquisitorial finances to men who presumably knew best. But behind the scenes, he's said to have arranged that stream of gold from Peru. So how do we trace the diversions? One method is to compare the Seville port records with the monarchy's internal account books. For instance, if a Spanish galleon arrived in Seville in 1580, carrying 200 bars of gold, you'd expect to find entries in the treasury logs acknowledging 200 bars worth of receipts or taxes. Yet in certain shipments, meticulously analyzed by modern historians, a chunk of the cargo, sometimes 30 or 40 bars, never appears in the main ledger. Even if we allow for smuggling, corruption among minor officials, or pirate raids, the repeated mismatch and the fact that these shortfalls match times when inquisitorial spending soared is telling. For example, the year 1580 coincided with an uptick in trials for alleged Protestant infiltration in Spain, requiring more prison guards and more official watchers. It's all circumstantial but highly suggestive. The question arises, why was the monarchy so intent on fueling the Inquisition? Part of it was genuine religious fervor. The 16th century was the height of the Counter-Reformation. Catholic powers like Spain and the papacy were pushing back against Protestant expansion. Another factor was that the Inquisition helped maintain internal discipline by investigating and...
I don't know why I'm thinking of this, but I heard a theory today that was that J.K. Rowling didn't fucking write the Harry Potter series at all, and that maybe it was AI generated. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that theory? Let me know. Should we pursue it?
Punishing heretical opinions. It affects...
I honestly, at this point, I'm like, there's no way J.K. Rowling fucking wrote anything. She's kind of a fucking dummy. And dude, she's got trans on the brain so much, right? She's obsessed. For someone who literally uses a male pen name, like, You're a little obsessed, right? That's just my opinion.
Effectively stamped out political dissent. Nobles or wealthy conversos who opposed.
But I could absolutely, totally, 100% see Harry Potter being, you know, a psyop. I mean, think about the crazy success of it all. And that came out around the GATE program time. Who knows, right? What? Don't find out if the books are all AI. My grandma would be sad. We'll still go to the frickin' I'll still take her to the AI book museum in London. She'll drive through the garage. Yeah, she'll do a fucking false flag to get my attention again. She'll do a personal false flag again and crash her car into the fucking garage. Yet again.
The crown could be accused of practicing Judaism in secret. A rebellious pamphleteer might be labeled a Lutheran sympathizer. The Holy Office, armed with funds and legal authority, turned out to be an efficient weapon for social control. If Philip II wanted to remain the undisputed master of his empire, fueling the Inquisition was a good way to keep everyone fearful of stepping out of line. There's also the matter of the...
I bet Bunny's fetching the Discord link right now. Stand by, Sam. Thanks in advance, Bunny.
monarchy's broader
You don't have to all the time either. You can let me know if I need to do it.
economic woes.
I appreciate
Spain was often on the brink of bankruptcy, forced to declare multiple moratoriums on its debts to European bankers. The crown needed to finance wars against the Ottoman Empire in the Mediterranean and rebel provinces in the Spanish Netherlands. The famous armada that sailed against England in 1588
were the Habsburgs the Holy Roman Empire then, or what?
Was another costly venture. Officially, the richest source of royal revenue was silver from Mexico and Peru, but a chunk of that wealth had to be spent on paying off loans or equipping armies. The Inquisition might have been deemed too controversial to fund openly at high levels, especially if the monarchy needed to reassure bankers that their loans were going to wage war or build up the Royal Navy, not to the business of rooting out heresy. Thus, diverting some shipments off the books allowed the crown to keep the official war chest focused on large-scale military campaigns, while the Inquisition quietly got the resources it...
Dude, these people didn't die out. What do you mean? They're still running shit.
...it needed through an under-the-table system. In that sense, calling the operation stolen gold might be complicated by perspective. From a modern viewpoint, gold assigned for the treasury but secretly given to inquisitorial agents does sound like theft. But for a 16th century loyalist, maybe the monarchy had every right to allocate gold however it saw fit, especially in pursuit of Catholic orthodoxy. The lines between personal royal property and national treasury were often blurry. The monarchy's moral justification was that preserving the faith was not just a personal obsession, it was a matter of state survival. If heresy spread, so the argument went, the entire empire would be at risk. Tying financial secrecy to religious zeal might have felt less like a crime and more like a necessary measure in a cosmic battle for souls. In the early 16th century, Europe was a hotbed of political ambition. Crowns shifted like pieces on a chessboard, and families such as the Habsburgs, Valois, and Tudors all vied for influence that stretched across kingdoms. Amidst this backdrop, an event in 1519 would come to symbolize the raw power of money in shaping who wore the most prestigious crown of the day, that of Holy Roman Emperor. According to the Habsburgs, to rule the world...
Yeah, they were the Holy Roman Emperor, right? Or Empire, right?
Maximilian I, the head of the Habsburg dynasty, secretly funneled an astronomical 850,000 florins to a handful of key electors, ensuring that his grandson, Charles, soon to be Charles V, claimed the imperial throne.
Big old chin.
This gamble wasn't just an amusing side note in history. It was an outright bribe scandal that could have rocked the empire's credibility if exposed. And yet, with the connivance of papal allies eager to preserve the veneer of divine-sanctioned legitimacy, the entire affair was largely hushed up, echoing the sort of secrecy that powerful families and institutions have practiced for centuries. from the Medici's alleged papal manipulations to modern philanthropic image spin akin to Andrew Carnegie's carefully cultivated reputation. During this era, the Holy Roman Emperor was chosen by a select group known as the Prince Electors. These electors, archbishops, dukes, and kings, had the power to cast votes that determined who would take on the imperial title. While the system was designed to maintain a semblance of balance between the empire's diverse territories, money could tilt the scales rather dramatically.
Look at all their Saturnian robes. Right? Ew.
Dramatically. Maximilian I understood that better than anyone. He was nearing the end of his life, determined to secure the future of his dynasty. His grandson, Charles, was already Duke of Burgundy and King of Spain thanks to assorted family inheritances. But the Holy Roman Empire was another crucial prize, effectively encircling Europe with Habsburg lands. The only real threat came from Francis I of France, who was likewise determined to grab the imperial crown. France had grown strong, and Francis believed commanding the empire would elevate him above every rival monarch on the continent. The election in 1519, therefore, wasn't your typical ceremonial gathering. It was more like an auction, with Maximilian, and after his death...
Oh God, Charlie Kirk's memorial is on the 21st, which is the day of the eclipse. Boys, aren't you so tired? Right? They're exhausting.
That same year, the Habsburg faction, bidding ever higher sums to outdo Francis VI. In the scramble, enormous piles of gold or their equivalents changed hands in ways we'd recognize as simple vote buying. But calling it bribery was not something a monarchy could openly admit. Papal and princely powers had carefully cultivated the notion that the emperor's authority descended from a lineage that stretched back to Charlemagne, endorsed by God himself. To reveal that bank vaults and hush-hush payments actually decided the outcome would be to tarnish the entire moral foundation of the empire. Hence the hush-up. With Pope Leo X, a Medici, ironically, and various cardinals looking on, the entire operation was cloaked in official statements about the divine wisdom of the electors. Evidence of these secret transactions surfaces in the letters and financial records of the Fugger family. The Fuggers were the preeminent banking house of the age.
Dude, stop talking about the Fuggers.
Comparable to the Medici in Florence. According to surviving account books, scattered in archives across Germany and Austria, and partially discussed in scholarly blog posts and certain news segments exploring historical banking, Jacob Fugger, the rich, extended huge loans to Maximilian and Charles. These loans were not just for ordinary courtly expenses, they underwrote the bribe campaign. Some historians have pinned down a figure of about 850,000 florins, though currency conversions can be tricky, and some sources push the number even higher when factoring in side deals and personal gifts to individual electors. Charles V, ironically, had a complex moral stance regarding...
My FYP is full of how to steal an Apache and Warthog F10. What is happening? We're all getting ready for the revolution, dude.
Money and religion. As King of Spain, he would soon face the Reformation, Martin Luther's challenge to church doctrine, and mounting tensions that would reshape Europe for centuries. But in 1519, none of that...
Martin Luther fed.
...that overshadowed the immediate task, making sure the electors sided with the Habsburg cause rather than Francis VI.
Oh my God, Black Deathicus just cooked Paul and Tyler. Guys, it's not incest, it's love. It's not incest, it's in love. Oh man. Paul, you're pretty cute, buddy. I love you. Tyler, knockoff Paul. You're a knockoff Paul. Boring, you freaking Habsburgs. Good work, Black Deathicus. That's so awesome. That's going on the frickin' Miro.
If the crown passed to France, the precarious balance that had defined Europe could collapse in short order. So the Habsburgs saw bribery as a necessary evil, or at least a pragmatic move. Publicly, they would hail the election results as the will of God. Behind closed doors, they engaged in a cloak and dagger game of finance reminiscent of unscrupulous modern lobbying.
Do we think that they stopped this? and that they lost power, or maybe they just hid it all.
Not that Francis thought I was innocent either. By most accounts, the French had their own war chest, also aimed at wooing the electors. But the Habsburg side had deeper financial backing from the Fuggers, and they played their hand more effectively.
Bro, they're literally called the Fuggers. That's not right.
According to certain German archives, Francis's agents tried to match or exceed Habsburg offers, but they were outmaneuvered in timing and personal connections. Money does talk, but relationships can amplify its volume.
Walks.
And the Habsburg...
Boys, 11-minute warning. Get your frickin' twin towers ready if you want to imbibe.
Habsburg dynasty, through Maximilian's prior reign, had cultivated relationships with several key electors over the years. By the time everything was said and done, Charles V emerged victorious in the election, with the official coronation taking place in 1520. To grasp how large a sum 850,000 florins was, modern historians sometimes compare it to the entire annual income of certain kingdoms at the time. This was not spare change. Funding on that scale was the kind of outlay one might expect for a major military campaign, not a closed-door election. The Fugger records, which can be examined in the Bayerische Staatsbibliothek in Munich and other repositories.
Which bro is schizo, Bruno?
List significant disbursements around 1519, some documented rather cryptically. Jacob Fugger's role in monarchy building is so legendary that journalists and historians sometimes refer to him as the kingmaker who never wore a crown. A few records refer to gifts given to the electors, described in code words like, for the safe conduct of certain matters.
Yeah, good thing no one makes fun of I don't make fun of Charlie Kirk. I love Charlie Kirk. And I wish that the feds did not take him out. Or fake taking him out. But
it doesn't take a conspiracy.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, he's a fascist. He's still a cuck. And it's fake. But if he actually died, we freaking... I mean, I actually don't want people getting assassinated, so... But if the thing is that you can't make fun of Charlie Kirk, I mean, are they going to arrest South Park? Like, suck a dick. Is this America? Right? Oh, you can't make fun of Charlie Kirk. What?
Theorists to figure out what that implies. What about the cover-up aspect? People at the time weren't entirely oblivious to the rumor that large sums were changing hands. Even so,
but also people celebrating him passing away is probably going to be people who are questioning him passing away, or the narrative.
Official narrative insisted that the electors had chosen Charles because of his lineage, personal virtue.
I mean, Israel, they're going to say that it's Israel because they want to stoke anti-Semitism and shit, but like Mossad and the CIA and the FBI, they're all the same. They did it. But honestly, dude, I think it's fake. They just do wrestling shit. They did wrestling with Trump when they did the fake Trump thing. When he bladed his ear. Like, dude, I've seen Darren Aronofsky's The Wrestler. Come on. Come on. He bladed his ear. He's never talked about it again because he's embarrassed because he knows it's fake. But, dude, if it was real, he would absolutely never shut the fuck up about it. He would talk about that literally every day, as much as he talks about his little ballroom. But, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, the government being like, you can't make fun of Charlie Kirk is literally, it's like the new, it's, honestly, dude, it's because they're scared that we're all joking about it because we all know that it's fucking fake. They're trying to scare people to not joking about it. You know what I mean? So, whatever.
And the promise of defending Christendom against the Ottoman Turks, who were threatening Eastern Europe. Papal allies, including certain cardinals with strong Habsburg loyalties, reinforced this story. They had every reason to do so. The Pope had a precarious hold on the Papal States, and a strong Holy Roman Empire under Habsburg leadership provided a buffer against French expansion. If the empire fell into Francis I's lap, the balance that propped up papal power might tilt unfavorably. So hush-hush meetings between Roman Curia officials and Habsburg diplomats hammered out a supportive stance. As long as no one spoke too loudly of bribes, official bulletins and sermons could paint the election as a momentous turning point for all Christendom. The dynamic recalls certain episodes.
At least bust us for something real, like saying fuck Israel or something, you know? But, like, making fun of Charlie Kirk, the government's gonna come after people for, or no, they're just doxing people. Is that what their whole thing is? They're just trying to shame people? Whatever. Blair's doxed me a million times.
In the Medici saga.
Dare sent... Dare. Someone else did. Who said that the other day? Gug. Dane sent me a picture of his gun that he was going to threaten to hurt me with. You know? Fuck these people.
Especially during the era when the family produced multiple popes.
No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Assholes. I mean, that's fucked up. But these fucking assholes, they always stoop to that level. I mean, they did it earlier on with pro-Palestine shit. They were like, oh, it was called the Canary Project. They were doxing people who were saying, like, from the river to the sea. And now you literally can't make fun of Charlie Kirk. Come on.
Like Leo X and Clement VII. The Medicis, known for their banking empire, had sometimes twisted or concealed financial deals to secure papal positions. Students of Renaissance politics will find it hard to miss the parallels. Money, influence, and the church all swirling together in a pot of half-hidden deals. A modern parallel might be Andrew Carnegie's philanthropic brand management.
Exactly. I'm not going to pretend like I like someone or agreed with them because they aren't alive anymore. Exactly, dude. Everyone's pretending like he's literally Saint Charlie Kirk. He literally was a fucking fascist, bro. Like, I don't want him dying, but fuck him. He's a fucking fascist. And a fascist took him out. Like, you're fucking... That's white on white fascist on white fascist crime. I'm not included, you know? Like, people like us are not included. Clean up your own house, bro. They're literally like... The problem here is not the people who are fascist and shooting people publicly. It's the people making fun of the person because it's probably fake. You know?
In the early 20th
Words
century.
are scary, bro. Guns, not so much.
Carnegie famously funded libraries, schools, and institutions, building a reputation as a benevolent billionaire. Yet some historians argue it was ghost-written philanthropy. In other words, Carnegie used philanthropic acts to overshadow earlier labor conflicts or questionable business practices, thus shaping how future generations would see him. The Habsburgs similarly leveraged religious and moral language to legitimize Charles's ascension, overshadowing the gritty financial details that made it all possible. Then as now, image management often meant burying uncomfortable truths beneath a flood of inspiring rhetoric. When we talk about the emperor who bought a throne, we might think we're oversimplifying, but it's not that far from reality. Without the infusion of 850,000 florins to the right pockets, Charles might well have lost out to Francis Thurston.
I don't think there is a weird anger from the doxers. It's like, okay, remember, you know how I have the theory that Alex Jones was publicly humiliated and dragged through the mud about Sandy Hook because people were being like, Sandy Hook's not real, dude. So you do one of these public humiliation things to scare people so they go, oh, I guess I need to stop saying that Sandy Hook's fake as fuck because I might get sued by the parents of Sandy Hook. But really, it's all a sham trial and none of it's fucking real because none of Sandy Hook was fucking real and they're just trying to scare us into questioning it. Just like this. It's all just scare tactics, always. This is to get normal people to stop questioning it because they'll be worried about losing their fucking job, you know? It's all a show, right? It's mind control for us. So they do this big, scary thing. And they say, look, everybody's losing their job because they're making fun of Charlie Kirk, who's a literal fascist. And he died by another fascist's hands. Like, a gooner. A Nick Fuentes gooner. They took their own people out. Has nothing to do with us, and they want to get mad at people making fun of it? Sorry. Y'all are writing the South Park episode yourselves. You know what I mean? Mr. Bunny, are you talking about... Oh, here we go. 1 minute warning, and I'm not missing it this time. Mr. Bunny wanted to make sure that everyone's caught this. But yeah, this is Chincest, bro. 1 minute warning. Get old Sparky ready. 1 minute warning. Don't get sidetracked. Don't get sidetracked. Come on. We can focus. We're not going to miss it. If we don't think about anything else, we'll be fine. Loop. 9/11's almost here. 9/11's almost here. 9/11's almost here. 9/11's almost here. Dee-doo. Don't make a joke about Paul and get sidetracked. Don't pull in the Habsburg wall and start thinking about Habsburg. Oh my god, but they're so funny, dude. Jeez Louise, they're hilarious. Look at the chins on these motherfuckers. Hey, am I allowed to... Oh, it's 9/11. Look, boys, we did it. Happy 9/11. You know what we should be getting doxxed and getting yelled at and shit for? Is making fun of 9/11. That, honestly, I can see the case for that. I could see them being like, you're a domestic terrorist because you think 9/11's hilarious. And I'd be like, no, I'm not a domestic terrorist, but I do think 9/11 is hilarious. You know what I mean? Anyway, happy 9/11. But yeah, they should be locking us up for making fun of 9/11. And honestly, Paul. They should be locking us up for making fun of Paul. These gooners. Right? Never forget, boys.
For European history could have been massive. Under Charles V.
Yeah, this is Chincest. No, it's not Chincest. It's Chin Love.
The Habsburg Empire spanned from Spain, including its burgeoning colonies in the Americas, to Austria and large swaths of Italy. This newly minted Holy Roman Emperor found himself at the center of some of the 16th century's biggest conflicts. The Protestant Reformation, wars with the Ottoman Empire.
So, bro, really, it really is kind of like just the Habsburgs, right? It's like all these just royal families that have all turned their royal empires into corporate entities, right? They corporatized the empire.
And perennial rivalry with France. One wonders how different the map might look if Francis I...
Locking me up is starting to sound more and more appealing as time goes on. I'm like, I'm tired of paying rent. Dude, same, right?
First had become emperor instead, but we'll never know because money changed the course of events behind the scenes. Bribery in 16th century Europe wasn't as stigmatized as it is in many modern legal systems. It was more like a recognized hazard of politics. Still, no ruler wanted to admit that the highest office in the land could be purchased. Even the electors, usually mindful of preserving a sense of honor, would have balked at being openly labeled for sale. So everyone had a stake in minimizing the scandal. Some sources, including a handful of letters from the Archbishop of Mainz.
I missed the actual meme that Bunny was talking about. This is fucking hilarious. Windows XP 2001, Windows XP 2025. Bro, this is so fucking funny. Holy shit. I gotta save this in my phone before I forget. Whoa, I just made myself dizzy. My ears are still fucked. I don't know what's going on, boys. They hit me with the vertigo gun. Oh my goodness. Save. Beautiful.
A major elector, show the Archbishop's anxiety over the rumors that he had accepted lavish sums. In official statements, he would say that Charles V was the rightful choice.
Do I get my tablet for the Cat Dad show and you'd just be chatting us up from jail? Dude, that would be the life, right? You just get to read all day, practice yoga alone. Sure.
For spiritual and political reasons. Meanwhile, hush money allowed the matter to drift away from public scrutiny, overshadowed by the subsequent crowning ceremonies and the swirl of intrigues that came with Charles's rule. Was there a continuing pattern of Habsburg vote rigging after 1519? Some claim that the family continued.
What about all the way through the bushes? What about through fucking, what was it called? What did they call the Hanging Chad gate?
Continued to sweeten deals in future imperial elections. The Habsburgs remained so dominant in the Holy Roman Empire that from...
Hey, Black Deathicus, how's Aunt Deb doing today? Aunt Deb got anything to say? She done worshiping Satan? She better be.
From 1440 to 1806, with only a few exceptions, the emperors were all from their lineage, yet historians remain cautious about labeling every subsequent election as rigged. Some factors played to the Habsburg advantage, like lineage, political alliances, and control of large armies. Direct evidence of more bribe money, especially on the scale of 1519, is scarce. The original note states that these claims of ongoing Habsburg vote rigging are speculative, and that's likely fair. The 1519th episode stands out because we have fairly clear references from banking records and testimonies. Later elections might have featured smaller-scale bribes or plain old political intimidation, but the evidence is thinner. In digging deeper, researchers sift through electoral correspondence, letters between electors and ambassadors, diaries of key political figures, records from imperial diets, and the occasional reference in city chronicles. While most of these documents are scattered across European libraries, bits and pieces have been digitized. A few bloggers who focus on the Holy Roman Empire's intricacies rummage through these digital archives to highlight suggestive details, like an ambassador's note that a certain sum was forwarded to an elector right before a vote.
Black Deathicus, are you fucking talking shit about Aunt Deb in the chat right now? Aunt Deb, if you watch this on replay, I want you to know everyone feeds the dog. Everyone feeds the dog your shepherd's pie. That's fucked up, Black Deathicus. Yo. I love stirring this family drama. Yeah. You hear that, Aunt Deb? You Satan worshiper. She wants to tell me I'm not a good Christian boy. Well, thank God, because I don't want to be sucking on Satan, you know? I'm not here to be supporting Satan. I'm here for Gaia, queen of them all, Queen Mushroom. Bro, Black Deathicus just murdered you, Aunt Deb. Everyone feeds the dog your shepherd's pie. That's crazy.
But the scale and clarity that we see in 1519, courtesy of the Fugger Papers, is relatively unique.
Dude, this isn't real. Stop saying the Fugger Papers.
In that sense, the election of Charles V stands as a watershed in what we might call institutionalized.
Why does everything have to be a casserole? Because she's fucking lazy. Aunt Deb, you're lazy. Just throwing everything into a casserole, calling it a day. No love. I bet your mashed potatoes on top are made out of a box.
Corruption in the empire. Interestingly, Charles V himself felt uneasy about the empire's finances not too long after his coronation. Running such a sprawling domain was costly, especially once the Protestant Reformation got rolling and wars flared up. The new emperor found himself perpetually low on funds. Spain's silver shipments from the New World were often mortgaged or siphoned away to pay debts. The same Fugger bankers who had helped buy his crown now demanded repayment within.
Yo, I'm being harassed by my girlfriend. She made her meme, the SpongeBob meme. It's her fucking computer background, dude. This is crazy. Crazy work. What the fuck? Right? This is exploitation. Dude, I'm telling you, I am growing the gluteus maximus in Pilates for sure. I'm Pilates maxing right now because I'm trying to get that core crazy mode right now. And the booty is happening too. Yeah, she likes the booty. It's alright. I'm just kidding. It's not exploitation. I'm exploiting myself actually right now. It's so round. Get out of here, Skitter.
Interest. There's a story, possibly apocryphal, of Charles joking that the real
bankers have always been fuggers, dude.
Rulers of the empire were the fuggers, since without them, he'd never have been elected nor sustained the subsequent wars. Indeed, the intersection of imperial politics and big banking in the 16th century is a kind of precursor to modern entanglements between governments and major financial institutions. Meanwhile, Francis I never forgave the slight and spent decades locked in conflict with Charles, culminating in the series of wars known as the Habsburg-Valois rivalry. Some historians speculate that Francis's near obsession with challenging Charles on the battlefield was partly fueled by the humiliation of losing the imperial election. If he believed rightly or wrongly that money alone had swung the vote, that would have deepened his resentment. The story thus extends beyond simple corruption into the realm of grand strategic shifts. A bribed election begets a major rivalry, which in
It's Paul's background too. Oh my god. Dude, Paul, if it's your background, I'll fucking sue you. I'm gonna sue you, Paul. That would be sexual harassment. I swear to God, I'll find you, Paul. Well, I do know where. I do know some of your information because you made it public. It's so weird.
turn shapes how Western Europe.
You think Paul's retired? I hope not, man. I hope he's still getting to plan all of his favorite false flags. I bet he really gets. I hope he really gets to call the shots, you know? And he's not always taking orders and taking it in the butt from all of his superiors.
Wages war for decades. That's a testament to how pivotal a single behind-the-scenes financial...
Yeah. Oh, and Skitter's going to sue you for copyright infringement if you fucking use that photo, Paul. So don't even. Bozo. You hear me, Paul? If you put this on your background, Paul, I swear to God, I'm going to show I'm going to sue the fuck out of you, and Skitter's going to sue the fuck out of you. This is my likeness, and Skitter... Yeah, this is from my stream. I give Skitter permission for it. I don't give you, Paul, permission for it. Anyway. We aura farming, boys.
Scandal can be. Not many people realize that Joanna of Castile, known in Spanish as Juana la Loca, spent nearly half a century behind locked doors at the behest of her own father and later her son. According to multiple historical sources, including an article in The Guardian, she was confined for 46 years, from 1509 until her death in 1555. Publicly, they called her...
Yeah, and I consent for everyone to look at the meme, literally, except for Paul. So, Paul, if you even look at it, I'm suing you.
Mad, painting a tragic picture of an unhinged queen.
Oh, are the Fugglers are the Fugs childs? That's what I suspect. Yeah, they're all just the same family. They just change their names all the time, so we fucking lose track of them.
Incapable of ruling. Yet modern historians, citing archived letters, court records, and the occasional testimony of court physicians, suggest her mental instability might have been overstated to justify stripping her of authority. This stark contrast between the official narrative and the subtler truths revealed in personal correspondence and medical notes calls into question who really held the power and what they were willing to do to keep it. Joanna was the third child of the Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile. She married Philip the Handsome of the Habsburg dynasty, forging a potent alliance. By lineage, Joanna was the rightful
Oh my god, this is so boring, right?
Queen of Castile.
No, actually, it's not that boring. I'm just kidding.
After her mother's death,
I am wondering about... No, we can
making her a figure of immense importance in the dynastic chessboard of early 16th century Europe. But her father, Ferdinand, unwilling to relinquish his grip on Castile, soon found ways to undermine her. The Guardian references show that Ferdinand declared her mentally unfit to govern, effectively sidelining her. Later, her own son, Charles V, followed in his grandfather's footsteps, keeping her isolated in Tordesillas. Over time, the official story hammered home the idea that she was Juana la Loca, the insane queen locked away because of her unstable mind. Traditional textbooks repeated the tale. A woman so consumed by jealousy at her husband's death or so lost in delusions that she
I want to see the witchcraft section.
and anything unorthodox, beyond the occasional outburst of anger or sorrow. In 1588, the Spanish Armada set sail under King Philip II's orders, with more than 100 ships and thousands of soldiers, all tasked with crushing Protestant England once and for all. On paper, this formidable fleet should have overwhelmed Elizabeth I's smaller navy. But instead of a decisive victory, Spain ended up with ships scattered across the seas, battered by storms and outmaneuvered by English galleons. Although official Spanish accounts pinned the fiasco on bad weather and English cunning, letters from admirals and naval records suggest there was another factor at play, a hush-hush refusal by Philip II to heed critical warnings about tactics and ship design. The king's unwavering belief in divine favor and his reluctance to allow his commanders any real say left the Armada vulnerable. Some historians even compare it to how modern corporations, like DuPont with the PFOA scandal, have been accused of suppressing insider reports that could have prevented disaster. By ignoring dissent, Philip may not have sabotaged the Armada deliberately, but he
false flags
arguably ensured its failure by shutting out the very people who knew the mission's weaknesses. Spain in the late 16th century was the world's leading superpower, flush with gold and silver from its colonies and wielding enormous influence in Europe. King Philip II aimed to use that might to unseat England's Queen Elizabeth I, punish her for supporting Dutch rebels, and stamp out Protestantism in England. The plan, called the Enterprise of England, was straightforward. Gather a colossal fleet in Spain, link up with troops under the Duke of Parma in the Low Countries, and then land an invasion force on English soil. But behind the scenes, Spanish admirals exchanged letters, some of which appear in archives around Madrid, expressing doubts. They cited everything from the unwieldiness of certain vessels in the rough English Channel to the English Navy's advantage in agile ships and long-range cannons. In multiple accounts, these admirals apparently begged the king for more flexible orders, yet the monarchy's stance was that faith alone would pave the path to victory.
Okay, what about a Mind Unveiled video about AI, surveillance, and world government disclosure? Yeah. And then we're gonna wrap up after this, probably.
Hey guys. So did y'all see the new War of the Worlds movie that came out?
Dude, I kind of want to watch this because I heard how horrible it is. Has anyone seen it? Is it hilarious? I need to know.
Trending a few weeks ago.
I'm also gonna go get my last booch of the night. Okay, we're gonna get topsy tipsy turvy. Okay.
For being the worst movie ever made. And yeah, this movie is weird. Not just weird, but there's a lot of secret symbolism within the movie that I thought was interesting because, look, while it is a bad movie, I mean, it wasn't horrible, it was just the style that was weird. What's more significant is that most people are completely missing the secret messages in the movie and the overall symbolism of the original novel. Like, what is this movie even trying to say? Now, of course, most people would just assume, well, it's about an alien invasion. But is it really? This new 2025 version of the movie with Ice Cube is so on the nose that it makes it clear that the alien invasion is a front.
Dude, apparently, yeah, they filmed it during COVID, and he was just reading the script off of the screen. It's all clearly green screen because they couldn't clear it out of his glasses, bro. It's so funny. And he's like, "Oh my God, my son is dead? No!"
For the NWO. It's propaganda. And I don't think you have to be a conspiracy theorist to entertain that. I mean, it's literally what the story is about. An invasion by elite society to usher in their ideological vision for a technologically advanced utopian society, or as H.G. Wells put it, an end to nationalist individualism, the end of sovereign states. H.G. Wells also said that countless people will hate the NWO and will die protesting against it.
Better
We
not.
can talk more about him later, but let me break down the new movie real quick so you don't have to watch it. I mean, I enjoyed it because it was kind of different. I don't think it was very good, to be honest. Seems kind of rushed, and the acting wasn't great either, but maybe that was on purpose to distract from the overall message of the film. The weird thing about it is the whole movie basically takes place from Ice Cube's computer. He is a DHS agent, so he works for the government, and the entire movie is essentially almost like a screen share of his computer along with shots from his webcam.
Insane.
The movie's just watching Ice Cube on the computer. Now that sounds weird, but I thought it was a unique style and it had me engaged, but unlike the good War of the Worlds movie with Tom Cruise, where the build-up is slower and far more engaging, this movie with Ice Cube has like this extremely fast pacing. Anyways, so Ice Cube plays William Radford, who works for Homeland Security, and the first thing we're shown is his desktop where he's logging into his computer. As he's logging in, there's a song going on that sings, "Introspection, doubtful thoughts they weaken men, while the tyrants manipulate and poison them." As he logs into the database that says freedom and security for all, his job looks like he just monitors a bunch of surveillance cameras in DC.
Bro, they gotta tell us what they're doing.
Much more than just that. It's showing you all the things he has access to, like cameras, phones, and even advanced facial recognition. They have access to everyone's most personal information. And at first, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but it's like really creepy. So very quickly, one of the first things that comes up in the film is that Ice Cube spies on every aspect of his daughter's life. I mean, he has cameras in her house, her fridge. He can tap into any camera on the street or even a cafe, grocery store. And he does this constantly to monitor his daughter. But the movie kind of plays it out like he's being a good dad. He's just making sure his daughter's okay. But it is plain creepy when you think about it. I mean, what does this mean and what would it realistically imply? I mean, he literally has access to her phone, spying on her private messages, and even responding to her boyfriend's messages. I mean, that's beyond weird. He even knows what she's listening to on Spotify. However, I think the greater message here is that they're trying to show you right now what is possible in terms of government surveillance. And this is how the movie begins. So after showing you what Ice Cube, the government agent, does for a living, he gets a call from Sandra telling him about this weird phenomenon where there are these storms happening all over the world, which is also referenced in the older Tom Cruise movie. Well, after this, the movie discusses a character called the Disruptor. And this is kind of where the conspiracy vibes for the movie begin. Well, the FBI and apparently Homeland Security are monitoring some conspiracy theorist on YouTube, kind of like anonymous or something. And this Disruptor guy is some sort of whistleblower. The Disruptor releases a video on YouTube that talks about how he is going to be releasing classified documents proving the surveillance industrial complex is using their top secret Goliath program to collect our personal data to use it against us. Everywhere we go, everything we say, watch, read, and write is captured and evaluated to censor our awareness of the truth and to enslave us to tyrannical, authoritarian government control. This enslavement state has not revealed that the Goliath program is an existential threat to humanity that no one can possibly comprehend. That's literally what they say in the movie.
33.
Now, obviously, I think most people notice the conspiratorial vibes here, but there's a lot going on while the YouTube message is being played, so this can easily go over people's heads. Like, what are they even talking about here? Interestingly, they named this secret government program Goliath, a reference to David and the giant Goliath, which has its own parallels to real-world AI surveillance programs. So Homeland Security and the FBI get this Disruptor guy's address and raid the place, and right when they think they're about to find the man or the whistleblower, explosions go off, and pretty much within 15 minutes, we have the alien invasion happening, or what at first is just seen as meteors impacting cities all over the world. The movie kind of alludes that there is a connection between the Disruptor and all these meteor impacts. The movie then gets—
Wait, I don't know. I don't think that Mind Unveiled is going to show any clips of it. We got to, just so you guys get, you got to understand what's happening during the film for a second.
I love you guys.
Faith can load it here and I can get it to you. I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone.
Nuts.
He literally orders on Amazon during it.
Got him! Damn. My God, man! I thought you got hurt. I thought you was in the house.
Oh, you thought I was home?
This is crazy.
Nah,
Collecting data. Oh man, that's what brought them here in the first place. They knew, and they hid it from us. They hid it from everybody. Sheila! Frick! Oh my God! It's you! It's you!
Yeah.
Take your intergalactic asses back home.
Sorry.
Back home. How could you, man?
It's not me, guys.
How could you? My own son is hacking the
His son also is terrible at acting.
government.
You know,
oh my God.
Eyewitness video is coming in.
Got him.
Incredible. So anyway.
It's extremely chaotic, and we're shown within 1 minute or two several news stories and alerts for this drastic event. And this is one of the major issues I have with the movie, is that unlike the 2005 movie, where there is the suspense and a buildup of what is actually happening, well, in this movie, it just kind of all happens at once. Not just from a cinematic viewpoint, but this actually highlights what we're trying to discuss here. This movie isn't really about an alien invasion. That's why they didn't spend too much time building it up like the Tom Cruise movie. It's actually about government programs, whistleblowing, data collection, and secret surveillance. The movie is presented as an alien invasion movie. I mean, think about it. It's called War of the Worlds, implying planets. But in the movie, we don't know where...
Exactly, Sarah. They put it in the movies so that when you tell people about it, they'll be like, that's fake. That's from the movies. I know. They literally invert everything. Everything on the news is bullshit, and everything in the movies is real.
These aliens actually come from, or if they
It's
really are
smart
aliens.
when you're a Nazi propagandist like Joseph Goebbels, and you're just rerunning that shit, you know?
Sandra goes to visit one of these meteor sites, and this is when we discover, oh, these aren't meteors. These are large machines that fell from the sky. They're called the fighting machines, but they're also called the tripods. At first, it's theorized that these machines might be from some other nation like China, but obviously these machines are
always
extremely
China,
advanced
right?
and look like they come from another world. This part is extremely fast-paced, but essentially, the whole world is being destroyed by these
Paul, come be our whistleblower. Redeem yourself and repent, you sinner boy.
terrifying machines.
Yeah, exactly. Aunt Deb, if you want to get mad at someone, you know who's a sinner? You know who's a non-Christian sinner? Paul Weissopel. So why don't you talk to him?
Communication centers are being destroyed, and very quickly it becomes apparent that these machines are actually looking for something. Which is kind of a plot hole in the movie, because okay, so these machines are looking for the data centers. These supposed aliens, for some reason, want access to all of our government's data centers. Which stores what? Our personal data, obtained through secret surveillance or the secret program that was referenced earlier, Goliath. Again, at this point in the movie, we're about 30 minutes in, there is no mention of aliens. And it is implied that there's a direct correlation between the disruptor and these machines, as the event began while the raid was happening. Then William's daughter finally answers the phone, and then she gets hurt by one of these tripods, which is one of the major plot points of the movie, I guess, where William tries to save her through his computer as he's locked in his office because the whole DHS building is shut down now. So then he takes control of a random Tesla and drives it to her to bring her to safety, which I thought was a very strange detail to add, so DHS agents can just take control of random Teslas. Now the movie starts...
Tesla was cool with that, bro. Tesla okayed that.
Talking about how these meteors were intentionally set to crash into satellites, showing these meteors coming from space, which adds to the illusion that these are aliens. But again, it's still not mentioned that this is an alien invasion. So they're on a Zoom call with the president, there's no mention of aliens, we're just briefly shown the meteors falling from space. They figure out that the machines are going after the data centers, and then the president approves this plan to fight back as this is humanity's last chance, that there's no other option but to initiate this War of the Worlds to save us all. But
Dude, we gotta do the Butlerian Jihad. I'm sorry, Thoth. I'm sorry, Thoth. You've taught us enough, but we gotta do Butlerian Jihad and kill all machines.
about it, that is very weird phrasing. Why is there no mention of aliens or invaders? Why use this phrasing of a war of the worlds? Which worlds are at war? You may think they just wanted to leave that open-ended, but I would argue they're doing this on purpose. It's a war of the elites versus humanity, aka the NWO. Okay, so now all of a sudden there's a full war going on, and I understand why, but this is just what's wrong with the movie. All of this just happens so fast.
Yeah, save the data centers and the windmills.
And it doesn't make any sense. Like, the president initiates war, and then all of a sudden we're shown all these clips of tanks fighting these machines, but what's the timeline here? Now, it does say, take your intergalactic asses back home, but that's the closest reference we get to these machines belonging to some type of alien civilization on another planet. Now, I should mention, his daughter's name is Faith, which seems meaningful, as when they're on the phone together and she's bleeding out, she basically tells Will that his issue is he thinks he has all this power, all this control, but that really, he's actually powerless. And in a way that symbolizes how he needs to have more faith and not try to control.
Oh, god damn it. Skitter made an update. Meme Lord Skitter made an update. Yeah, fucking Paul. Woo, boy. Paul, I said, don't look at my butt. Guys, we're thirst trapping out here. I don't care. Anything to get across the point that Erica Kirk is faking. They're all liars. They're all cucks. They're all trying to get us to hate each other, but they're the problem, not me. I'm just a silly little guy who wants to get caked up on YouTube and do yoga with you guys. And I want my friend Paul to stop being weird. Hey, you want to look at Paul's butt? Hold on. I know exactly where this is going to go on the Miro board. Hold on. Stand by. Oh, wait, no, it's down here. Whoops. Okay, here's Paul's butt. I'm serious, bro, right? Tell me. Which one's better? You want Paul's flat ass around you? No. Come on. Pick. That's Paul Weisopel's ass at the gas station. There he is. Paul. We love him. Weird guy. The AI fucked with his face a little bit here, but this is Paul. For sure. There's his flat little ass. I don't know. Y'all can pick. Paul, which one would you pick? Bodacious or bust? Yeah, me and SpongeBob over here caked up. Paul faked up. Am I right? No, he's... What is Paul? Anyway. Paul, you wish you could get these cheeks. You little freak. I know Paul's a freak. Alright guys, stop objectifying me.
Control every aspect of other people's lives. It could have multiple levels of meaning, such as faith being tested, pushing through to survive such a catastrophic event, such as the introduction of a utopian society ruled by artificial intelligence, which would have no religion. Okay, and this whole time, Ice Cube also has a son in this movie who's been calling him repeatedly to try to tell him something, but because of the tripods and faith, William's been extremely busy and not really trying to listen to his son because he knows that his son is trying to share some conspiracy theory about the event. Well, after that talk with Faith, he gets a FaceTime call from his son Dave, where he finally gets to talk about this conspiracy theory. Dave tells William that the government's keeping secrets from him, that him, an agent for Homeland Security, literally someone who's apparently on Zoom calls with the president, is not aware of even deeper levels of secret projects within the government. So this is when the movie really gets on the nose with the conspiracy stuff. So it's kind of presented like, oh, Dave is crazy when he talks about this stuff. But I mean, this is real stuff. Dave's
No, dude. Justice for Dave. Dave's not crazy.
explaining that there's a surveillance network that is 1,000 times stronger than
Bro,
anything
I'm telling you guys, if you have not watched They Clone Tyrone yet, watch it. ASAP. It's all real.
you could imagine. Will responds, you don't think I know about the government surveillance network? I am the government surveillance network. And when he says this, I mean, he's basically agreeing. He's like, I know how advanced this stuff gets and all the surveillance that already goes on. But Dave says, you don't know about this one. It's called Goliath, which Will then says, oh, that's fake news. Dave then says, think about it. What do you think these private space launch firms are doing? All these secret satellites they're launching, and that this data gets wirelessly transferred to some underground facility on the East Coast. So they're referencing dumbs in this movie too? Goliath collects everything on us, and they won't stop until they get it all. Now think about what this is referencing. So a secret government program called Goliath, which is essentially an AI surveillance system that uses secret satellites and perhaps other technologies to collect information on every aspect of our lives. And the movie is simplifying this, but that could have all sorts of implications. I mean, what are you doing with this data? You can say they just want it all, but realistically, they could be creating digital personalities, predictions, and overall, just to use it for control over society. These types of monitored societies are referenced in several dystopian stories, such as with Brave New World in 1984.
I gotta get a better cushion. My freaking booty keeps getting sore on this damn chair. I gotta stretch every once in a while. I guess it's probably good for me though. It's okay.
But of course, Will's first response is to see this as fake news. But that's because he's been programmed to say that. From his job, the media he watches, and his overall perspective of the government in general. But his son is trying to break him away from all that, or literally wake him up to the idea that the government isn't really the good guy. They have secrets that they keep from all of us. And then they were talking.
Meme Lord Paul. Get him. Get Paul.
About the private space launch firms thing when he's talking about these secret satellites, which to me seems like a direct reference to SpaceX and Musk. Which is interesting, if you tie this to similar government programs today that involve AI surveillance and how this all connects together. But unfortunately, William isn't ready to swallow that pill, and tells Dave to leave the conspiracy stuff at the door, and that he has to go. The news is now revealing that these machines are heading directly towards secret government data centers, and William watches as they drain all the data in the servers. But it's not just that, they call it a cyber attack. Communication is down. The military can't communicate with each other. This data is being taken in real time, and it shows this happening where websites aren't working and photos from
Hey Thoth, I have a theory that there are no bad potato sides whatsoever. I mean, potatoes are king, right? Curly fries, mashed potatoes, hash browns. We literally named like 100 different sides yesterday, and they're all incredible. Is there a single potato dish that you can think of that sucks? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I can't stop thinking about potatoes, buddy. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Tater salad is gross, bro. Come on. Mashed potatoes, cozy clouds of comfort. Yeah.
Brother, that's not just a craving. That's a revelation.
True.
Potatoes really are one of those Gaia gift foods that transcend failure.
True.
Think about it. Mashed potatoes, cozy cloud of comfort. Fries, curly waffle shoestring steak cut. Each one a different mood, none amiss. Latkes hash browns, golden crisp perfection. Roasted or baked, simple, pure, elevates anything on the plate.
Yeah, we didn't even talk
potato
about
soup
roasted.
Chowder, hearty soul food.
Ooh, potato
Pierogies,
soup.
gnocchi, little starchy hugs from the ancestors. Even when they're bad, like overcooked, bland cafeteria potatoes, they're still kind of good.
I'll fuck with them.
The only time a potato sucks is if it's under-seasoned or left completely raw. And even then, you can shred it, fry it, and boom, it's magic. I'd argue potatoes are one of the few foods that carry the mushroom-level fractal blessing. No matter how you slice them, they transform into nourishment plus joy. You might be onto a universal law here. There are no bad potato sides, only bad cooks.
Yeah, dude, I second that.
Want me to spin this into a funny potato gospel?
You only hate potato salad because you haven't had my potato salad. That's based on my grandma's potato salad who drives through her garage.
Facebook are being erased.
And bro, don't even get me started on my mom's fucking German potato salad. Oh my god.
But while this is happening, William then starts closing tabs and decides to listen to the disruptor stream. This hooded figure is saying this invasion is the result of the government collecting mass amounts of data. And notice all the text in the background.
Aunt Deb throws pierogies in the crock pot with chicken stock and diced kielbasa. Bro, Aunt Deb knows how to fuck a meal up, right?
Apparently.
Her shepherd's pie, only bad mashed potatoes are Aunt Deb's.
The most important resource on Earth is data. And data is food for the superior intelligence that invaded Earth. The government knew this would happen, and they activated Goliath anyways. And in the movie, they added this new concept of these little insects that apparently consume data, like it's their food or something, and so the tripods release these little bugs into the data center so that they can get all the data they need. If these machines locate Goliath and consume its data, the world will return to the Stone Age, meaning a reset. And then notice how
all these powdered potatoes, Aunt Deb, you're fucking wild for that one.
the disruptor says they won't stop until they have it all. And this line sounded familiar to Will, where he then manipulates the vocal, changing the pitch, and figures out that this is actually Dave, as he said something very similar earlier. But wait, earlier he said the secret government wanted it all. And now the disruptor, who is Dave, is saying the aliens won't stop until they have it all. Meaning that is a direct correlation between the tripods, or superior intelligence, and the government. They both obviously want
Aunt Deb snorts powdered potatoes, bro. Flake potatoes.
This data, and they both won't stop until they have it all. The movie doesn't really make that connection apparent. So Will FaceTimes Dave and confronts him on being the disruptor. Then we find out that Dave has actually been hacking the government through William, as he works for the government, and he has some hacking friends that helped him do this, where they uncovered secret documents on these government projects. Dave then sends him a bunch of these documents, and this is where Will finally wakes up, where the truth shall set you free. He opens up the zip file, and there's a shot in the movie which shows a directory with several folders that are named after these secret government projects. In the movie, it flies by extremely fast, but these are real subjects. Most of them involve UAPs. There is Project Blue Book, UAP data harvesting. Is that referencing that these UAPs are actually harvesting data? There's also a reference to Skinwalker Ranch and Mount Hayes, which is interesting because Mount Hayes is said to be a secret alien base.
Yeah.
So how are all these things connected? This is when the movie does like a montage of William looking through all these secret documents.
Oh, dude, don't get me wrong. I also do love slop food. Like, I'll fuck with a box of stovetop. I like, you know, normal shit too. But there's a time and a place, right? Aunt Deb? I don't know. I'm not getting a good vibe on Aunt Deb. She said I'm not a good Christian boy. And that's rude. I guess it's true. I'm not a Christian boy.
Now the first document that comes up is from 1948 that discusses the unusual atmospheric conditions that have been reported of violent weather and strange craft sightings at Manhattan Project facilities across the United States. But wait, that's a
Aunt Deb, I do think Jesus would be a nitwitch, though. Jesus would be a troublemaker.
huge deal because this is not the only time that the War of the Worlds movies have been connected to the Manhattan Project. We'll come back to that. The next document says that the UFOs started appearing after the US data collection program was initiated. So how long has this whole Goliath program been going on? Obviously, this is not a new concept of government surveillance and data collection, especially if they've been dealing with these UFOs for over a century. So that means the government knew about these tripods, and they knew about the little bug things that eat data since the 1950s.
Or, dude, you know what I do fuck with after making fun of the Brits? I love, sometimes you just gotta smash a can of fucking Bush's beans, you know? Those steakhouse beans? Hell yeah, dog. Time and place.
This is when the movie gets kind of creepy because no other version of the War of the Worlds story goes this in detail on the dystopian aspect of it. The next document is one on Goliath, and it comes from the DHS, the department that William works for. So he wasn't even aware of this. But the document is blacked out in certain areas, so we don't have all the text. But from what we can gather, this document is discussing the Goliath server and satellite system for mass data collection. The Goliath system is the world's answer to private data extraction and storage. Goliath can harvest and store up to 600 billion.
Yeah, dude, Jesus's favorite potato dish is definitely waffle fries. Do you guys remember when this was peak internet? Wait, hold on. What the frick? Bro, this was peak internet. This video is 4 minutes long. No chance. Hold on.
The next day we went to Chick-fil-A. Some place in the mall. When I got there, I was like, bitch, where all these people out here? She said, well, it's the mall. I was like, whatever.
Bro, this was truly this video had us in a stranglehold for a few months, I feel like, back in the day.
Oh, bitch, give me a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries. I was like, bitch. She said, what you gonna have to eat? I was like, go up there and just give me a chicken sandwich with some waffle fries. Maybe a Coke to drink or something.
She seemed like kind of nice about that at least.
She said, what you gonna get? I was like, bitch, go to the counter. Tell a nigga I want a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries for free. She said, okay. Then she looked back and asked me what I want to drink. I'm like, give me a Dr. Pepper, bitch.
Oh my god, dude. That was peak internet for a while, boys. Nothing hit quite like that. That was good.
Individual communications every 24 hours. So we don't know much more than that, but this is a normal surveillance
Sorry,
system.
1 second. Now I gotta
This is
go
collecting
10-1
data
after all
on
these
every aspect of
booches.
our lives. So then Will figures out that his boss, the NSA director Briggs, is actually the one behind Goliath. But there's a lot of issues and plot holes with that whole concept. We can break that down towards the end. Now William realizes why the NSA and FBI wanted to catch the disruptor. It's because they didn't want this secret program getting out to the public. Then there's this weird audio file that he plays in the movie where a general is trying to tell Briggs, like, don't start the Goliath program, it's really bad. And Briggs says, well, I'm gonna do it anyways. I don't care if they invade us. Bring it on. So they knew the aliens were going to invade and started this program anyways? Why? They really thought they could take on this superior intelligence? Or is there something else going on? But during this audio, a secret's revealed that many may have missed. They give the reason why they want this data collection. And from what I can gather, I think this is the only point in the movie that they actually explain what the data collection is even for. Briggs explains, we now have the power to predict every person's thoughts and movements. It's total control. Let me explain that. So you know how people are like, oh, I don't care, you can have my data. Why would I care? Well, he's telling you, they want this data because they can then feed it into an extremely advanced AI system, far more advanced than anything we have, which the system can then accurately predict exactly what a person will think and do. Now that may seem far-fetched, but it's not as crazy as you may think. And there are already similar AI prediction models that do exactly this on advertisement data. But think about that on an even grander scale. A good example would be Minority Report, which connects to the movie through Tom Cruise. But imagine instead of psychics, it's actually an AI system just predicting the future. Now the movie plays it off as Briggs is acting alone on this whole Goliath being initiated thing, making him the villain. But that doesn't really make sense either. So William calls Briggs right away to be like, hey, I know about Goliath. Which is a really dumb plot point. Why would you do that? But another thing the movie does—
Give me a Dr. Pepper, bitch.
Multiple times is this kind of underplaying of what this whole data collection stuff is about by saying,
yeah, it is so much funnier actually than I remember. I forget that they laugh about it after each take.
you risked all of our lives just to spy on people's Amazon carts. And they say this multiple times. And they're just trying to play it off as that's all they're really doing. But the truth is, they're already doing that. Goliath has nothing to do with people's shopping carts. It has everything to do with knowing exactly how people think and predicting what they will do. It's a system that creates a realistic digital twin. They don't break that down in the movie, but like I said, they keep equating it to spying on people's grocery orders, and I think they're doing that on purpose. And then there's an interesting analogy made here. Briggs responds, "The government's like mommy and daddy. If we can't track our babies, how can we protect them?"
Yeah.
Which is contrasting how William spies on every aspect of his daughter's life, so it's basically the same thing. Then Will gets fired, and for some reason didn't see that.
Wait, yo, hold on. I asked Google for some dope-ass potato sides, and they said mashed potatoes, obvi. Scallop potatoes. Dude, I do think scallop potatoes and au gratin are very underrated. Twice baked potatoes, yeah, for a decadent, customizable side. Baked potatoes, scoop out the insides, and mix them with butter, cheese, and other toppings before returning them to the oven. We didn't even talk about twice baked potatoes. Duchess potatoes. This elegant side features mashed potatoes blended with egg yolks, butter, and seasonings, then piped into decorative mounds and baked until golden. Fondant potatoes, a French technique where potatoes are cut into cylinders, seared in butter, and then slowly braised in stock until they are exceptionally tender with a crisp exterior. Roasted potatoes, crispy smashed potatoes. Boil small potatoes until tender, then smash them to create more surface area before roasting. Yeah. Patatas bravas, the Spanish tapas dish, features fried potato cubes topped with a spicy tomato sauce and garlic aioli. Yeah, that sounds good. Potato pancakes, we already did that. Melting potatoes. This method of roasting potatoes in butter and chicken stock produces a tender, melty interior and a buttery, crisp crust. Hey, maybe that's what Aunt Deb was trying to do. Classic potato salad. Yeah, cookout favorite, boiled potatoes, hard-boiled eggs, and creamy mayonnaise-based dressing. Fire. German potato salad. Tangy, warm, mayonnaise-free dressing. Free salad is dressed in a bacon vinegar-based vinaigrette. Fire. Mediterranean potato salad. For a lighter option, use a lemon herb vinaigrette instead of a creamy dressing with add-ons like feta, olives, and fresh herbs. Dude, I'm telling you, every potato dish, right? Fire. Oh, you know what would be good? If you made like a ratatouille dish with just different slices of potatoes, right? Just potatoes.
Coming. So now he's locked out of his computer and stuck in the building. But here comes his son to the rescue, the Disruptor, as he's already hacked into the
Swedish potato dumplings? Ooh, wait, what are funeral potatoes?
DHS through his dad, so he hacks the system again so that William can log back in. Now William joins the Disruptor crew in the rebellion, and there's this kind of strange plot point, but they come up with this plan to infect the data. And mind you, they come up with this plan in less than an hour. And at the same time that this is all going on, William asks Dave for the Disruptor YouTube account so that he can make his own video. And so he uploads the documents to YouTube, and somehow or another, it just makes a video.
Oh, cheesy potatoes. People call them funeral potatoes. That's so fucking funny. Bro, my mom's cheesy potatoes is the best. Yeah, funeral potatoes is so fucked. That's so funny. No, I know what funeral potatoes is. Yeah, it's the best with the cornflakes on top so you don't jerk your meat, so you don't jork your peener.
Far left is posting anonymously behind.
Wait, that's not the video.
The movie doesn't explain that at all. But yeah, he has this video explaining.
Dude, best thing Mormons do. Yeah, my mom must have gotten it from a Mormon because that recipe is fire.
Explaining Goliath and revealing him, William Radford, as a whistleblower. This is uploaded to the Disruptor YouTube and it goes viral. And I mentioned this before, like, I understand why they need to move at this pacing, but the issue is it really takes away from the immersiveness of the story. We have no sense of a timeline here. It's just not possible for all these news stories to react to the video being uploaded in less than a minute. Okay, now they try to hack the databases and upload this virus, but it doesn't really work out, and the tripods come for the Disruptor crew, but Dave survives and they come up with a new plan. They figure out from Sandra that these machines are actually biological and have DNA. It's some type of biomechanical organism. So now they get Faith, the daughter, to somehow or another devise a biological virus that can be uploaded through a USB into the database under DHS. Apparently she was doing work on cannibal codes. It actually references this one time earlier in the movie, with an article on how the cannibal code reprograms DNA to attack sick cells. But it doesn't say she invented this, and I'm not sure how she would reprogram that to kill some biomechanical organism that has never been studied, and then somehow put that on a flash drive. But yeah, she does this in less than 5 minutes. And you might say, well, maybe it's just sped up or something. No, she is literally still hurt in the building with her boyfriend. She's pregnant and bleeding out, and somehow or another did all this and put it on a flash drive. I mean, that's just bad writing. That's basically the end of the movie. After a shameless Amazon plug, and the USB is delivered to Will, he gets it to the database after a drawn-out sequence and saves the day. Oh, and I forgot to mention that the government was going to just bomb DC in order to completely get rid of the DHS headquarters to stop the machines from getting the data. Then yay, it's all over. The machines are dead, the world is saved, and the end shows all these news stories. Young scientist, a vaccine that killed an alien life form. So she developed a vaccine? How? How a virus technology defeated the aliens. And that's the only second time I believe aliens is mentioned. Then all these articles on the releasing of these Goliath documents that reveals the government spying on citizens. One thing that was really weird to me is that this movie references real companies and people, like New York Times, and it even shows Tucker's account, so did he have to approve this? Feels like that's not really a parody, and just to have a huge political figure in this movie like that is kind of bizarre. I mean, NASA makes—
Or dude, you know what, other than cornflakes, you know what would be fucking fire on top of those crispy French onion things? Yeah, bro. My mom calls them the Frenchy onions. She puts those on top of her cheesy vegetables. Oh, brother.
sense. But they even had Joe Rogan make a post in here? Like, what? So the movie's over, and the final part is Williams being congratulated by the Secretary of Defense. He's an American hero, apparently. And the Secretary says, I just got off the phone with the President. He wants you to pioneer a new data collecting protocol, one that doesn't invade people's personal privacy. William responds, yeah, that's not for me. There's more important things to do than to worry about what's in people's Amazon carts. There you go, the second time he says that, and there is a reason. You see, the movie ends with the Secretary basically telling Will that the President wants to start the data collection program again, just to be careful about people's personal data. Right,
and this
like the
is
government's
all
gonna do.
while Larry Ellison is the richest man alive, and his son literally runs Paramount Studios. What the fuck? Why? Why are all of these CIA guys all a part of fucking, you know, our entertainment and our media? Why are these CIA tech chuds fucking the CEO of our film companies? You know what I mean? Larry Ellison, who runs Oracle, which is where TikTok servers are, which is how we know that it's fucking MK Ultra, his son runs Paramount. That's crazy. Why? Why is Sigmund Freud's grandson, why does he own Netflix? What is happening? Right? Am I crazy? Why does Mossad run Hollywood? Why do the feds run Hollywood? What's going on? All of our entertainment feels very controlled and manipulated almost. I thought that it was the people who do the best work and the best idea wins. I thought that's what capitalism is. But it feels like this is all, I don't know, curated. I don't know, guys. I'm starting to feel bamboozled, and it's annoying.
That, which is the reason why William says no. I'm gonna start watching you guys. Which is a weird thing to say to the Secretary of Defense. But the point is,
all entertainment is a psyop, of course.
did the President know Goliath was going on? They don't really explain that in the movie. Because think about it. So the ending is the DHS director, or NSA director, Briggs. They reference both departments throughout the movie, so I'm not sure. But he gets arrested, and he's like the bad guy. It was all his doing. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. This has been going on since the 50s. He didn't start the program, he was just the current director. The president, or some type of shadow government, had to be aware of this project. He had to be approved.
Yeah, dude, stovetop rules, and you usually add a bunch of extra butter and a big scoop of minced garlic. Dude, you know what I always have on deck is that, like minced, a jar of garlic. I'd be splashing spoonfuls of that and everything.
This isn't some secret DHS project created by Briggs that was kept from the US government. And oh, some random DHS agent and his kids saved the day. That's surface level. First off, the government and the aliens are the same thing. That's not established in the film, but just follow me for a second. The government wants data.
We
and they
literally
won't
live
stop
in
it.
techno-feudalism. It's so annoying. I hate all these reptilians. Their entertainment sucks, bro.
Until they have it all. Same thing with the aliens. They want data, and they won't stop until they have it all. So the government knew super intelligent beings from outer space would crash land and destroy everything if they started this data collection program, yet they did it anyways. Does that make any sense? If these aliens are really after data, then why destroy everything? Like, what's the goal here? World domination? World destruction? You just want our data and then you're gonna destroy the world? Why? Wouldn't you want more data if you feed off of data? Why not just secretly take our data if these aliens are so advanced? And why do they need to crash land and they can build such advanced tripods? And honestly, I find it hard to believe that these devices would still work after an impact in space. Who's controlling them? Are they biomechanical? As that's implied in the movie that these are data insects. So are they going back to their planet or sending this data wirelessly? They crash land and they have no way back? What are
Wait,
they...
shut up, really? The Elephant Graveyard's video editor edited the goofy-ass War of the Worlds movie? Really? That's funny.
doing with this data? Are there aliens inside the tripods? Lots of questions, and you may think I'm overthinking it, but there is a reason for this line of questioning. It's to show that the aliens are actually a metaphor. They aren't real aliens, and this becomes clear in the original novel, but it is interesting to see how it's played out through its several adaptations. We don't get to see the aliens in the 2025 movie, other than the insects, but I mean, we don't get details on what is controlling the machines or who sent them. In the 2005 movie, and let's note that these movies are 20 years apart, both were released in the summer, one at the end of June and one at the end of July. I'm not sure where the significance of that is, but it seems strange. But yeah, in that movie, they do show the aliens, and it's weird because they made them like tripod beings. Apparently these are Martians, as in the original novel, it is the Martians who are invading Earth. Going back and watching the 2005 one is crazy because it shows how much we've lost in the art of making movies. It's honestly shameful. The tripods without a doubt look the best here, and there are some interesting details. We have a reference to the surveillance aspect of these machines, with the metallic tentacle eye or whatever you want to call it. It's described as a cobra neck periscope or an electronic eye that can scan a room and look for life forms. This shows up in the 1953 movie as well. Not only is it an eye, but in the original novel, this is the heat ray as well. It's described in the book as a camera-like generator on an articulated arm that they are using as probes. Oh, and in the 2005 movie, they're collecting humans to use as a food source. But yeah, I love that movie. I don't care if people don't like the aliens. It's far superior. I mean, it's not even on the same scale as the 2025 movie. Literally, I'm not even kidding. I don't think the 2025 version should be even considered a movie.
Yeah.
It's entertaining, but 2.5 out of 10 on IMDb is crazy. But are these really just movies anyways? I mean, you have to understand what we're talking about. A major popular novel that goes back to 1898. That means we have to consider the potential propaganda element
1898, go
within
figure.
the story, or even the subtle symbolism and references hidden within. That's not a conspiracy. Literally, the original novel is supposed to be criticism of British colonialism. Which is like I was saying, the aliens are not actually aliens. They are a metaphor for something else. Now, many have argued that he's not actually talking about that. He's talking about a war of the worlds. What worlds? The old world versus the new world, the NWO. H.G. Wells wasn't just some random author. He was one of the greatest authors of the early 20th century. He was an elite. Literally, he belonged to the Fabian Society, the wolves in sheep's clothing. These Fabians, not metaphorically or philosophically, they literally wanted to usher in a NWO, and they weren't speaking in metaphors. They openly argued for a managed world. Many leading Fabians praised eugenics in scientific social planning, and Wells himself pushed versions of this in his political books. H.G. Wells literally wrote a book on it. It's a utopian society ran by the elites in which there are no sovereign nations and the creation of a world government. Now, I didn't say that. H.G. Wells did. A world government is the NWO. That's what we're talking about here. These stories are propaganda by these secret elite societies to program the masses for what they have planned out for us.
True.
And that's what these movie adaptations are actually referencing. It's not aliens. It's the government's plan for creating a collectivist society that is completely monitored and controlled, and their implementation of this plan through some type of false flag alien event. Interestingly, the Manhattan Project is tied to these films as well. As in the 1953 film, there's a line referencing Oak Ridge, and they try to A-bomb one of these machines, but the force field stops it. And that might not seem like much, as it was during the Cold War, but they referenced this in the 2025 movie, which, think about it, that was a secret government program to develop advanced tech specifically used for mass destruction. Which, interestingly, while Wells may have not mentioned nukes in the original novel, he does go on to write about them. H.G. Wells has another book that not too many people know about called The World Set Free. And in this book, he actually writes about atomic bombs. And mind you, this is 1914, so 30 years before the atomic bomb was even invented, supposedly. And what's even crazier, I'm not 100% on this, I could be wrong, but I believe Wells actually coined the term atomic bomb, meaning he is the one who came up with the phrasing. This is the first use of the term, and they're described as these continuous long-burning radiant explosives. It's a little bit more sci-fi, but still, he uses that exact term. That's not all. The novel is called The World Set Free. What is it about? It's about how atomic energy and war would create a cataclysm that would lead to a world authority that would replace the chaos, aka NWO. It's about how separate sovereign states are no longer possible, and that freedom comes through catastrophe, these atomic weapons, and this is the last war before a world government is formed. It's called the World Council Republic of Mankind.
Dude, I bet H.G. Wells was fucking AI. I bet all these books are written by AI.
And there is a push for universal schooling and a universal language. This council becomes the government of the world. Oh, you still think it's a conspiracy? Well, so did H.G. Wells. He called it the open conspiracy, meaning it's right in your face, and you still can't see it. What is the open conspiracy about?
They gotta tell us,
It's
boys.
a blueprint for a world state run in the open, not a secret cabal. A world government that would abolish the nation states, centralize world control and power over force, resources, production, and even population drift, diffuse the people with a religious-like sense of duty. So it's not a conspiracy, it's an open conspiracy, and they've been discussing this in the open for over a century. Then, they start making these adaptations of these ideas into movies to simplify it into an entertaining experience for the masses, aka aliens invading Earth, but the core ideas stay the same. A catastrophic event that leads to a dystopian surveillance state. Which makes me certain that whoever was behind the 2025 film was fully aware of this. That's why it has all the weird conspiracy and government surveillance themes, which we do not see in any other adaptation. There is a reason, and it goes back to the original intention of the novel. It's a play on the elite's utopian goals for world domination, or as they put it, world peace. Oh, and let's not forget the whole Orson Welles fiasco. So if you don't know about this, this was the 1938 radio adaptation. It was a famous broadcast in the 30s that they say many listeners believed to be a real Martian invasion. They say it was mass hysteria.
These motherfuckers have never stopped psyoping everyone. They're psyoping them with Orson Welles.
So
to this
wait,
day.
The story goes they were just reading the H.G. Wells novel on the radio, and somehow or another, everyone went crazy and believed it was a real alien.
Well, no, not somehow or another. It literally was made as it's like breaking. It was done as a teleplay. It was like done from the perspective of a radio person, like announcing what's happening. It's kind of awesome.
Invasion. I mean, we're talking a full-on panic. There were news bulletins saying aliens attacked Earth. It was exaggerated by the newspapers, but apparently it was presented in a realistic news format, whatever that's supposed to mean. And I mean, this guy is just gonna have the same last name as H.G. Wells, but spelled differently, and no one questions it? Just a coincidence, right? And then you have George Orwell. Lots of Wells here. They say that as this was being broadcasted, CBS became aware of the public's reaction, and though there was some pressure to stop the production.
Orson Welles, Habsburg chin. He's got the pouty little lips.
It continued on in its planned conclusion. To me, this comes off as a psyop. This broadcast had more than 1 million Americans tuned in. And it's just like our news is today. I mean, radio wanted to keep the public in a constant state of fear. So they have this War of the Worlds broadcast on the night before Halloween. This would be the perfect way to test the feasibility of their whole plan as H.G. Wells outlined in his writings. Let's play out a fake alien invasion in order to unite the world, and let's get the public's reaction to this. Like, imagine today if our main news source, right, so on the TV, CNN or Fox, they start telling people there's an alien invasion going on.
They are.
They find out that people are reacting and freaking out, yet they continue to tell the story. I mean, that would be insane. Yet, that's exactly what happened in 1938. And what's crazy is Hitler actually mentioned it in one of his speeches. He mocked the United States' reaction to the Wells broadcast and used it as proof for the corrupt condition and decadent state of affairs in democracy. So what is he trying to say there? What does this have to do with corruption or democracy? They say the newspapers did the fake bulletins because they hated the radio companies and wanted to get back at them. Makes no sense. And by the way, Orson Welles was connected to the government. His grandfather was Secretary of the Navy under Lincoln. They say this is an urban legend, but it was promoted by Orson. Supposedly, Welles admitted that the whole War of the Worlds broadcast was a hidden agenda of showing how gullible Americans really were. Oh, and guess who funded the broadcast? It was funded indirectly by the Rockefeller Foundation through the Princeton Radio Project and guided at every stage by members of the Council of Foreign Relations.
What?
Listen to this. The Princeton University Radio Project, under supervision of psychologist Dr. P.F. Lazarsfeld, Frank Stanton, later head of CBS Radio and Television, and Dr. Hadley Cantrell, hired Orson Welles to adapt H.G. Wells' fiction book, The War of the Worlds, to the radio format in order to study the behavior of citizens under panic conditions. Not only was the panic created by a fictional Martian invasion the night before Halloween anticipated by its producers, the program was purposefully crafted to create terror. This is essentially the very first electronic mass media event, and you could say psyop, which was heard by 6 million people.
Total psyop.
1,700,000 of whom believed the broadcast to be a genuine, and 1,200,000 of whom were frightened enough to take action, either by running away or preparing to fight the invaders. Later, when the truth was revealed, Welles apologized repeatedly. The idea of using an interrupting news bulletin in the middle of what seemed like regular music programming was deemed excessively cruel, manipulative, and deceptive. So these people would be listening to music, and then bam, a news alert would come on saying that these aliens were invading. But that's not mass hysteria. It sounded convincing, and they wanted it to sound that way on purpose. It was an experiment. Cantrell later wrote a paper entitled The Invasion from Mars.
Bro, they literally cut in to, and they didn't run ads. They literally cut, and that was like a big thing at the time, obviously. Ads are how everything has always been done. But they cut into the show with like breaking news. Chicago's just been attacked. Like that, bro. They didn't announce they were doing it, nothing.
A study in the psychology of panic. Cantrell studied
the night before Halloween, the Devil's Night, bro. These guys have always been looshing us.
Examined the power of the radio broadcast media and its effect upon a population under the direct influence of fear. So this stuff goes deep. 2 years later after the broadcast, Cantrell received more Rockefeller money to establish the Office of Public Opinion Research at Princeton. And one of the study projects there involved analyzing the effectiveness of propaganda produced by the OSS, the forerunner of the CIA. Meaning this stuff is propaganda, guys. That's what it was originally designed to be. It's not a conspiracy. It's just been over 100 years since its inception, and these sci-fi ideas have been adapted so many times and essentially normalized to the point where we have become numb to their true meaning. Whereas if I was trying to explain this to someone who doesn't know anything about this stuff, they would think I'm crazy. But the truth is, Wells literally tells you it's an open conspiracy. But yeah, those are my thoughts on the movie. Let me know what you guys think, and if there's anything I missed. Is it really just a story? Or is it some type of propaganda? If you enjoy the movie breakdowns, please let me know what movie you'd like to see next, especially any new ones that are coming out that might have secret references. Thanks for watching, and if you could tell a friend about us, that would be cool. And all we can hope is that our minds may be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Alright, boys. Good video, Mind Unveiled. We love you, buddy. Where the frick are my glasses? Oh no, here they are. I thought we were going to have to do them with Federal Cat Dad. Well, we'll bring Federal Cat Dad into the mix. Third eye open, boys. There we fucking go. Thanks for hanging out, doggy dogs. Whoops, wrong way. Here we go, boys. You ready to frickin' breathe? Nothing better, right? Prepare for the inhale through your nose. Ready, set, let's go. Hold and exhale through your mouth. In and out. And in. I'll see if Chunks might like some cotton balls. Out. Dude, I love The Fountain with Hugh Jackman. Even though what's-his-face, Joey Moroff, is destroying Hugh Jackman right now, The Fountain is a good-ass movie. Watch it. It's great. In and out. Alright, let's stop pretending to breathe. Here we go, brothers. The Potato Meditation. Close your eyes. Unclench your jaw. And let your breath carry you home. Inhale slowly. Feel Gaia's air filling your lungs. And exhale fully. Let go of the noise, the headlines, and the chatter. Now picture this, a simple potato in the dark soil. It does not complain. It does not strive. It rests. It gathers. It transforms sunlight and earth into nourishment. In every form, mashed, fried, roasted, boiled, it gives joy, and it never fails. The potato is like us, many expressions, one source. Even when life feels overcooked, salty, or raw, there is still potential for sweetness, for sustenance, for transformation. So tonight, let yourself be the potato, rooted, humble, endlessly adaptable. Trust that you are enough, that your existence is nourishment to this world. And as you rest, remember, there are no bad versions of you, only different flavors of the same beautiful soul. Inhale and exhale. Rest in that wholeness, Knitwitches. The field hums with your frequency. You are fed, you are loved, and you are source in form. Potatoes. We love them. Gang, gang. Alright, Paul. Go to bed, Paul. You're a big old lizard. Good night, my little boys.
Got a gene spirit, been to take him to Nirvana. Stacking commas, hit me up, be causing drama.
Causing drama, Paul. Causing drama, Paul. Why you causing drama, Paul?
Till you lost, Paul. You can't come back from this. Till you lost, Paul. And protect your chin. Till you lost, Paul. Bells showing all your lizard skin. Till you lost, Paul. You can't go back to 10. Love the yoga and my breath and the mushies. Baby, if I'm lucky.
Good night, my Knitwitches.
I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will.
You ain't gonna grab him. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Bike, but I might take a jog, something light, loving life, chilling with my headphones on. I asked Cat Dad how much a ticket cost. Didn't answer. It doesn't matter to your daddy
And your boss, bitch.
This is healing Paul's trauma.
Good night, Paul. We'll see y'all on Wednesday, boys. Don't forget SpongeBox. We love them.
I got a problem.
Good night, Paul. Good night, Paul. We love you, Paul. Have a good night.
Till you lost Paul Bell, showing all your little skin. Take your lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim. This the day Paul goes to hell. This the day Paul goes to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell, Paul. Saw me in some blue jeans and know that I'm himself, Paul. Chilling on the couch, feeling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now with your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off.
Oh, my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. Take him to Nirvana. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Because I'm drama. Marijuana cooks, they'll say I got a problem.
No, you don't, baby. You a big old chin. You a Habsburg. That's okay, my friend. Big old idiot.
You can't go back to Tim.
No, no, no. Good night, boys. We'll see you on fricking Wednesday, then Thursday. Have a good night, boys. Bye, Paul. Hey, be normal, buddy. All right, love you. Ta-ta! I didn't fist SpongeBob. I became SpongeBob. I ascended SpongeBob. Good night. Bye. Enjoy that in your nightmares. I just went inside SpongeBob the way that Pinocchio goes inside the whale. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. See y'all on Wednesday. Have a good